Part 1 of Modern Family x Hollywood. Jack used to think 23 was too young to be tired of life. He was wrong. The city never slept, but it did grind people down. Jack felt it every morning when he woke up in his cramped apartment, the kind with thin walls and a window that looked straight into another brick wall. The air always smelled faintly of old cooking oil and damp laundry. The rent notice taped to his door was impossible to ignore now. It was his final warning. Pay or fuck off. He was a struggling actor, which mostly meant unemployed with extra steps. Auditions came and went. We'll call you. They never did. His bank account was a joke, and not a good one. He ate instant noodles, stretched them across days, and pretended hunger was character building. That day started like all the others. He lost the apartment by noon. The landlord barely looked at him when he handed over the keys. Jack carried everything he owned in one beat-up backpack. Scripts, worn clothes, a cracked phone, and a head full of dreams that suddenly felt stupid. By night, he was walking through an alley because it was the fastest route to the homeless shelter. The streetlights flickered like one of those horror movies where the ghost sneaks behind the guy. Just then, he heard footsteps behind him. He looked back. The mugger was young, nervous, and shaking. The gun looked too big in his hand. "Wallet," the guy said. Jack laughed, shaking his head. "Do I look like I have anything worth robbing?" The mugger searched him anyway. The old phone, empty wallet, and a pack of bubblegum. The disappointment turned into anger. The gun went off. Jack didn't even feel pain at first. Just surprise. He collapsed, staring up at the sliver of sky between buildings, wondering how it all ended so quietly. 23 years old, homeless, shot because he had nothing. Then there was nothing at all. When he woke up, the first thing he noticed was the bed. It was soft, really soft, the kind of mattress he had only seen in furniture stores. Sunlight spilled across the room through those giant windows. For a second, he thought he was dreaming. Or dying. He tried to move and froze. Memories crashed into him like a tidal wave. Fuck. He groaned as the sudden memory dump caused an intense headache. It lasted for a few minutes. Jack gasped and sat up, head throbbing and heart pounding. He reached for his chest, expecting blood, a bullet wound, anything. Nothing. His hands were scarless and younger. "This is insane," he whispered. Jack stood up so fast the room tilted. "Nope," he muttered. "No way." He swung his legs off the bed and nearly tripped because his body moved on instinct. He didn't have to think about where to go. His feet carried him across the room, past a desk and a couch that probably cost more than his old rent for a year, straight to the attached bathroom. That scared him more than waking up rich. The bathroom door opened under his hand like muscle memory. The lights flicked on without thought. Marble counters. A rain shower behind glass. Towels folded perfectly, like nobody actually used them. He stepped up to the mirror. The face staring back made his breath catch. It was him. Same brown eyes and nose. Same scar on his eyebrow from a stupid dare at 13. But everything was younger. His skin was clear. His hair was thick and styled as if someone paid for it regularly. Jack leaned closer to the mirror. "Okay," he whispered. "Okay." He turned his head left, then right. He raised his eyebrows and smiled. The reflection copied him perfectly. He turned on the tap and splashed cold water on his face twice. The shock bit into his skin. He pinched his cheeks hard enough to sting. "Ow," he hissed. Still there, rich and alive. This wasn't a dream. Dreams didn't hurt like that. They didn't come with memories that sat in his head so comfortably that they felt like they had always been there. "Okay, all right. Let's see what I can remember about this guy." He closed his eyes, braced himself, and let go. The memories slid forward without resistance. This Jack had grown up in a massive house with glass walls and too many rooms. His parents were famous producers. Not just rich, but famous. The kind of people who showed up on red carpets and smiled for cameras like it was breathing. They loved him in a distant, indulgent way. Money replaced discipline. Gifts replaced time. He skipped school whenever he felt like it. Threw parties when his parents were abroad. Consequences never stuck. And all his friends, well, money. That's all they cared about. He didn't have any real friends. He also acted in 6 movies as a child character and did a couple of ads, thanks to his parents. This earned him some fame, and the movies were all hits, so more fame. Well, it was probably this fame that went straight to his head, like most actors who got famous too early, only to fall hard. And that's exactly what happened with this one. At present, he has rejected multiple movie offers just to party and have some fun. So, the fame started to dwindle. To make things worse, his last ad shoot went really badly since he kept forgetting simple lines and failed to maintain proper expression. All in all, he was walking the path to his own ruin. He was 16 years old and his name is Jack Preston. And the year is 2009. Jack staggered back from the sink and laughed, a short, shaky sound. "You've got to be kidding me. What kind of parents are they? If my parents were alive in my past life, they would have spanked me for skipping school and throwing late-night parties." Ha! He ran a hand through his hair and stared at the mirror again, half expecting it to crack or ripple or do something supernatural. Nothing happened. Eventually, he left the bathroom and returned to the bedroom. The bed looked just as soft as before. He sat on the edge of it, elbows on his knees, hands clasped together. Now what? Scream, cry, laugh like a maniac and enjoy the jackpot he had apparently won by getting shot in a dirty alley. His chest tightened at the thought. The alley, the gun and the cold. He swallowed hard and forced himself to breathe. "Calm down," he said out loud. Think. He had died. He was sure of it. People didn't just walk away from bullets to the chest. And even if they did, they didn't wake up as a 16-year-old version of themselves in a mansion. This was something else. A second chance, maybe. Or a cosmic joke. Jack leaned back on the bed and stared at the ceiling. It was high and white and spotless, unlike his dingy apartment, which was falling apart. He let the new memories settle properly. This world wasn't his old one. Food, cars, phones, and technology were still more or less the same. But there was a massive change in Hollywood. The names were familiar. Actors, singers, public figures. Faces he recognized instantly. But the details were wrong. Movies he had loved did not exist here. Songs that had soundtracked his worst years were nowhere to be found. Entire franchises were missing, replaced by others that felt strange and off. Like covers of songs you knew too well. The people were the same. Their work wasn't. Jack sat up slowly. Hollywood still existed. Fame still existed. The industry was still brutal, glamorous, and full of broken promises and fake smiles. But the board had been reset. His heart started to pound again, not with fear this time, but with something sharper. Opportunity. In his old life, he had clawed his way through auditions with nothing but stubborn hope and a cheap headshot. He knew rejection. He knew hunger. He knew exactly how cruel this world could be. This Jack had none of that experience. He had connections, money and a safety net so thick you could bounce on it. And Jack had memories from another life that nobody else had. He stood up and paced the room, adrenaline buzzing under his skin. "Okay," he said again, louder now. Okay. He wasn't stupid enough to think this would be easy. Being rich didn't make you talented. Being famous by association didn't mean people respected you. And this version of him had a reputation, lazy, spoiled and a waste of potential. Jack grimaced. That could get him destroyed just as fast as being broke. He stopped pacing and looked around the room again, really looked this time. Posters from movies he didn't recognize. Awards on the shelves that belonged to his parents. A guitar in the corner that he apparently never learned to play. This life was a mess too. Just a prettier one. Jack sat back down on the bed and pressed his palms into the mattress, grounding himself. He didn't know why he had been given this chance. But he knew one thing for sure. He wasn't going to waste it. Not this time. 30 minutes later, Jack took a bath, put on some expensive clothes, and went downstairs. The breakfast was ridiculous. Jack stared at the table. Fresh fruit cut into perfect shapes, eggs done 3 different ways, toast that actually smelled like bread instead of cardboard. A chef stood nearby, hands folded, waiting for approval like this was normal. Jack ate. He finished more than he meant to, drank a glass of orange juice that tasted as if it had never seen a concentrate factory, and nodded a quiet thanks before pushing his chair back. Well, real food hit different when your last diet had been instant noodles and denial. The chef smiled like Jack had just cured something. That alone told him how low the bar had been. His phone buzzed the second he left the dining room. Notifications stacked on notifications. Group chats with names like Preston Legends, Friday Kings, Hollywood Youngbloods. Party plans, beach houses and clubs he shouldn't legally be allowed into. Jack didn't hesitate. He opened the first chat and typed a single message. Not coming. Don't wait up. Then he muted it. Another chat. Same thing. Then another. Fuck you all. He blocked numbers without reading names. It felt clean. By the time he reached his room, the phone was quiet. For the first time since he woke up, the silence didn't feel heavy. He shut the door behind him and looked at the desk. A school project sat there, half-finished and abandoned. Poster board, notes scribbled with careless handwriting and something about American history, judging by the headings. The old Jack had clearly planned to bullshit his way through it at the last minute. Jack pulled out the chair and sat down. All right, he muttered. Let's see what 16-year-old me thought was optional. It took him a moment to adjust because doing it felt strange. In his old life, school had been something he barely remembered. Acting classes, auditions, side jobs, survival. Homework had fallen somewhere below sleep on the priority list. Here, though, the answers came easily. Not genius level, but solid. He rewrote sections, cleaned up arguments, and added details where he thought was necessary. By the time he stood back to look at it, the project actually looked like it belonged to someone who cared. That was when it hit him. Palisades High School, he said out loud. The name surfaced without warning, sliding into place like it had been waiting. Jack froze, hands resting on the desk. He remembered seeing Phil Dunphy dropping Haley off at school. Then remembered seeing Phil's posters and painted face on the park's bench. Jack stood up and walked around the room for a moment before stopping. An alternate reality with the modern family setting. He mumbled to himself. The words hung there, ridiculous and terrifying all at once. Modern Family wasn't just a show to him. It was something he used to watch on bad nights, sprawled on a couch that wasn't his, pretending the noise covered the silence. He knew the characters and the future, at least till season 6. A second life. A different Hollywood. And apparently, a sitcom family walking around like normal people. Jack let out a little chuckle. Ha ha. This is just awesome. Thank you, God, for giving me this second chance. I'm gonna enjoy this life to the fullest and achieve my dreams. If I can create the movies and songs from my past world to this one. Oh, yeah, the possibilities are endless. I gotta make a proper plan to move forward. But I wonder if there are any more series in this reality because I just can't create Dexter only to turn up on his table, wrapped in plastic. Or make Breaking Bad only to get shot by Gus or blasted by Walter. He sat back on the chair with a smile. Let's start with some internet research. Jack slept for exactly 3 hours. He woke with his face pressed into a pillow that smelled faintly of expensive detergent and something floral he did not recognize. For half a second, panic hit him again. Then the ceiling came back into focus. Fuck. He touched his chest. Right. Mansion, Second Life and Modern Family. He rolled onto his back and stared upward, eyes burning. His body felt young, but his mind did not agree. Last night had stretched far longer than it should have. One search led to another. Wikipedia pages, old fan forums, news articles, episode summaries. He had gone looking for danger and come back with relief instead. There was no information on the Miami Metro Homicide Unit with a suspicious blood analyst or anything about the Bay Harbor butcher. And there was no lawyer named Saul Goodman crawling out of Albuquerque. Jack had laughed quietly at 2 in the morning. It felt foolish to be afraid of fictional killers, but after waking up in a different reality, fear had earned a little respect. He was not eager to discover that another show existed only to drop him into its blast radius. By the time he finally shut his laptop, the sky outside had already begun to pale. Now the morning light crept in through the curtains, gentle and unapologetic. Jack exhaled slowly and sat up. First things first. A nice bath. Steam curled against the glass as he showered, letting the heat soak into his shoulders. He stood there longer than necessary, eyes closed, preparing himself for the day ahead. When he stepped out, towel around his waist, the mirror caught him again. Focus, he told his reflection. He dressed simply, or as simply as someone with a walk-in closet could manage. Blue jeans, a t-shirt, and a hooded jacket. He then opened the down closet. Ah, Nike. Nice, he mumbled to himself after seeing the shoe collection. He picked one new set, ripped the seal open, and put it on. Feels expensive. After that, he packed his bag. Downstairs, the chef offered a polite greeting. Jack returned it with a nod and sat down, eating quickly. He ate eggs, toast, and fruit. Real food, again. He made sure to appreciate it, even as he kept his thoughts moving forward. School. That word still felt strange. After breakfast, he wheeled his bike out from the garage. The thing looked barely used and spotless, like it had been bought more for image than purpose. Jack adjusted the seat and tested the brakes. Looks good. Even got those fancy gears. Well, I always wanted to ride one of these. Guess dying has its merits, Jack whispered to himself before getting on and pedaling down the driveway. The electric gate opened and he hit the road. The air outside was cool and clean. Morning sunlight filtered through palm trees, casting long shadows across quiet streets. The neighborhood felt unreal in its calm. Wide roads, perfect lawns, houses that belonged in magazines. Sweet California. Jack pedaled steadily, muscles warming as he picked up speed. Cars passed him now and then. He took a deep breath with a smile. What a nice day to live. 10 minutes later, the school came into view as he crested a small hill. Palisades high. Students gathered near the entrance, laughing, shouting, living their lives without a single thought about timelines or second chances. Jack slowed as he approached, heart thumping harder than it should have. Oh boy, high school again. He rolled to a stop, resting one foot on the ground. Then he wheeled the bike toward the back of the campus and found the student parking area tucked behind the main building. Rows of bikes sat locked to metal rails, most of them scratched and clearly used. His stood out a little too much. He locked it anyway and slung his bag over his shoulder. The bell rang just as he stepped inside. The hallway hit him all at once. Lockers slamming, voices bouncing off the walls, the sharp smell of disinfectant mixed with cheap perfume. It was louder than he expected. More alive. For a moment, he felt like an intruder walking into someone else's memory. A few heads turned, then a few more. Whispers followed him as he walked. Some looked curious, a few looked amused and the rest were openly shocked. Is that Preston? No way. Did he get lost? Jack kept his eyes forward and followed the pull of memory again. His feet knew where to go. Down the hall, up the stairs, second door on the left. History class. He stepped inside just as the teacher was setting papers on the desk. Mr. Adler looked up, adjusted his glasses, and froze. Well, the man said slowly, blinking once. This is unexpected. The room went quiet. Jack felt every pair of eyes on him. He stood there, suddenly very aware of how strange this must look. Jack Preston, who skipped class like it was a hobby, was standing in a doorway at 8 in the morning. Sorry I'm late, Jack said, keeping his voice steady. Traffic. A couple of students snorted. Mr. Adler studied him for a long moment, then sighed. Take your seat, Mr. Preston. Jack nodded and walked to his desk. A few students leaned back to get a better look. Others whispered openly. No one tried to hide it. The class resumed, though the atmosphere stayed off balance. Jack opened his notebook and listened. The topic was American industrial expansion. Railroads, monopolies, labor movements. Stuff he vaguely remembered hating. Except this time, it made sense. When Mr. Adler started asking questions, Jack's hand rose before he could stop himself. The teacher paused, surprised again, then gestured for him to speak. Jack answered, not just correctly, but clearly. Dates, names, context. He explained why certain strikes mattered and how public opinion shifted. He sat back down with his heart racing, not from fear, but disbelief. Freaking hell. No idea what just happened. I'm a fucking genius, Jack thought. The room stayed quiet. Mr. Adler stared at him for a second longer than polite. That was thorough, he said finally. Very good. Jack swallowed and nodded. By the end of the period, the whispers had shifted. They were not asking why he was here anymore. They were asking what happened to him. The next class brought more of the same. Teachers are doing double takes. Students staring. One teacher paused mid-lecture, looked at the attendance sheet, then looked at Jack like the paper was wrong. In math, there was a surprise test. Groans rippled through the room as the papers were handed out. Jack stared down at the page, expecting panic to hit. It never did. The numbers made sense. The formulas surfaced in his head without effort. His hand moved steadily, confident. He checked his work once, then again, certain it was right. When he turned it in, the teacher raised an eyebrow. "You're done already?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am." She narrowed her eyes and took it. English brought another test, reading comprehension and analysis. Jack read the passage once and answered every question without hesitation. He felt almost disconnected from his body, like he was watching someone else work. By lunchtime, the rumors were out of control. Jack carried his tray to a table near the edge of the courtyard and sat down alone. He took a bite of his sandwich and chewed slowly, letting the noise wash over him. Laughter, shouting, the scrape of chairs. It felt familiar in a way he had not expected. Okay, the majority thinks I hurt my head and turned into a nerd. Gotta play some sports and prove them wrong. I'm gonna become an all-rounder. Wait a second, why the hell am I conscious about what other kids think? Arg, these weird feelings. Whatever. He was in deep thought. He was halfway through eating when a shadow fell across the table. "Dude," one of the guys said. "What the hell is going on with you?" Jack looked up. 3 familiar faces stood there wearing designer clothes and confident smiles. The same people who had been blowing up his phone the day before. "You canceled everything," another said. "Beach house, Friday party, all of it." Jack swallowed and wiped his mouth with a napkin before answering. He did not rush it. "I had enough fun," he said. "I'm focusing on my life for a bit." They stared at him. Then one of them laughed. "That's not funny." "I'm not joking." The laughter faded. They exchanged looks, trying to figure out if this was some kind of act. "You're serious?" the first one said. Jack nodded. "I am." There was a pause. "Well," the third guy said finally, shrugging. "Do your thing, man." They walked away without another word. Jack watched them go and felt lighter than he expected. He took another bite of his sandwich and leaned back, eyes scanning the courtyard. That was when he noticed her. Haley Dunphy sat at a table a few rows over with her friends. She was laughing at something someone said, head tilted back, hair catching the sunlight. When she lowered her gaze, her eyes flicked toward him. Then away. Then back again. Jack pretended not to notice at first. He focused on his food for the moment. But when he looked again, she was still glancing his way, curiosity written all over her face. He felt a small smile tug at his lips. The rest of the day passed in a blur. Teachers returned graded tests faster than they should have. More raised eyebrows. More quiet shock. The chemistry teacher cleared her throat and announced that Jack had scored a perfect result. A few students clapped. Others stared like they were watching a glitch. Jack sat there, hands folded on the desk. "I fucking knew it. This is my cheat code. It's like I know everything about everything. Fuck. I don't want to turn into a Sheldon. And you all, stop looking at me like I'm some fucking exotic animal." When the final bell rang, the noise exploded again. Jack packed his bag and left with the rest of the crowd, stepping out into the warm afternoon air. Haley's confessionals. Haley sat on the couch in the Dunphy living room with her legs tucked under her, phone resting face down beside her. The house was loud in the background. Luke was arguing with Manny about something that did not matter. Phil was making exaggerated sound effects in the kitchen. Claire's voice cut through it all, telling everyone to calm down. Haley looked straight. "So," she said, brushing her hair over one shoulder. "There's this guy at school." She paused, then frowned slightly. "Okay, not a guy. Jack Preston." She leaned back into the cushions like she was totally relaxed and not thinking about anything at all. "Everyone knows who he is. Handsome, Hollywood connection, acts. In movies, shows up to school whenever he feels like it. Or doesn't. Usually doesn't." She shrugged. "And today, he just showed up." Her eyes flicked away for half a second, then back. Like, actually showed up. Did homework, answered questions. He even got a perfect score on tests. She scoffed softly. A surprise test. Haley picked up her phone, unlocked it, then locked it again without looking at the screen. She crossed her arms. He smiled at me. She leaned forward slightly, lowering her voice like she was sharing a secret. Also, I did not steal glances at him. That would be crazy. I just happened to look in his direction several times. Because that's where my eyes live. Sometimes. She sat back and sighed. I don't know. It's probably nothing. Guys like that don't just change overnight. Like I've been to his parties many times and he knows his stuff, but he never paid any attention to me. She picked up her phone again, this time actually checking it. But if he shows up tomorrow, she added casually, I'm just saying. That would be interesting. Haley's confessionals end. Jack decided to start small. That thought followed him all the way home, riding beside him as he pedaled through quiet streets and warm afternoon air. Hollywood could wait. Big movies, red carpets, and award speeches belonged to a future version of him. Right now, he was 16, with a damaged reputation and a last name that opened doors he did not want to walk through yet. Depending on his parents would be easy. One call, one dinner conversation, and things would move. He hated that idea. In his last life, he had learned how fragile borrowed chances were. If someone else owned the key, they could lock the door just as easily. So he needed something that was his. Something he could build from nothing. By the time he rolled his bike back into the garage, the answer had already settled in his mind. Harry Potter. The thought made him stop and laugh under his breath as he locked the bike. It felt almost criminal. 7 books, 8 movies, a cultural juggernaut that had defined an entire generation in his old world. And here, nothing. If there was ever a safe first move, this was it. Up in his room, Jack dropped his bag by the door and went straight to his desk. He opened the laptop and pulled out docs. He typed, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Seeing the title again sent a strange ripple through him. Nostalgia mixed with disbelief. He had read these books until the pages softened. Watched the movies until he could quote them without thinking. He even auditioned for a side role, but didn't get it. And with just a bit of focus, he could visualize the pages right before his eyes. A gift. Or a cheat code, as he had started calling it. Whatever force had dragged him out of that alley and dropped him here had not been subtle about it. Perfect recall and clean memory. Scenes, dialogue, structure, all waiting behind his eyes. It felt almost unfair. Jack cracked his knuckles and leaned back in the chair for a moment, staring at the ceiling. All right, he murmured. Let's steal responsibly. He leaned forward and started typing. A few hours later. Chapter 5. Diagon Alley. He smiled as he wrote about brick walls opening, about wonder spilling out onto Harry's face. The shops came alive under his fingers. Ollivanders, Gringotts, cauldrons stacked in narrow windows. It felt like walking through an old neighborhood that somehow still surprised him. Time slipped past unnoticed. When he finally stopped, his fingers hovered over the keyboard. He reread the chapter once, then again, making only minor adjustments. A word here, a sentence there, nothing major. He saved the file and leaned back, exhaling slowly. 5 chapters. Not bad for a start. The practical questions that crept in next. Publishing, legalities, copyrights, pseudonym or real name, Jack mumbled to himself. He already knew the answer to the last one. He would not hide. If this worked, he wanted the credit to stick. That would come later. For now, he needed consistency and definitely copyright. Jack stood and stretched, joints popping softly. His body still surprised him sometimes, quick to respond, light in a way he had forgotten was possible. He grabbed a bottle of water from the mini fridge and drank half of it in one go. The sun was setting by the time he sat back down. He opened a browser tab and started researching publishing options and online platforms. He took notes. He was not rushing this. Speed killed more dreams than talent ever did. Jack's stomach growled hard enough to pull him out of his thoughts. He glanced at the clock on the corner of the laptop screen. 8:03 p.m. Yeah, that explains it, he muttered. Lunch felt like a lifetime ago. He saved his work carefully, backed it up out of habit, then shut the laptop. The room suddenly felt quiet without the soft hum of the fan and the glow of the screen. He stretched his arms and headed downstairs. The house felt different at night. Softer lighting, fewer echoes, the kind of quiet that only existed in places too big for their own good. As he stepped into the living room, he stopped. His father was sitting on the couch. That alone was strange. Richard Preston rarely appeared without warning. Meetings ran late. Flights ran later. When he came home, it was usually announced hours in advance by assistants and schedules. Not this. Richard sat with a newspaper unfolded in his hands, reading glasses perched low on his nose. He looked relaxed in a way Jack had never really seen before, jacket off, tie loosened, and a glass of water on the table beside him instead of something stronger. Jack hesitated for half a second. Then he remembered. Act natural, not arrogant, just normal. Hey, Jack said. Richard looked up, surprise flickering across his face before smoothing into something more controlled. You're home. Yeah, school ran a bit long. Jack shifted his weight, then added, I was grabbing something to eat. Of course. Richard folded the paper and set it aside. You can sit for a moment, if you want. Jack nodded and moved to the armchair across from him. The leather was soft and expensive, like everything else in the house. He sat forward slightly, elbows resting on his knees, hands loosely clasped. He had seen enough meetings to know how posture worked in this family. They sat in silence for a few seconds. Richard studied him openly now, not even pretending otherwise. You went to school today, he said at last. Jack did not bristle. That felt important. I did. And stayed the whole day. Yes. Richard leaned back, fingers steepled. Your teachers called. Jack blinked. Already. They tend to, Richard said dryly. Especially when something out of the ordinary happens. Jack gave a small shrug. I figured. They said you participated. Took tests. Passed them. Apparently. Richard's gaze sharpened. Not suspicious exactly. He was just curious. You have not done that in some time, he said. Jack met his eyes. I know. Another pause. In his memories, this was usually where Jack Preston got defensive and made jokes while reminding his father that school was optional for people like them. Jack did none of that. I messed up, he said instead. The words landed heavier than he expected. Richard's eyebrows lifted slightly. Messed up how? Jack chose his next words carefully. I've been coasting, acting like nothing mattered because I thought it would always work out. He glanced down briefly, then back up. I don't want to do that anymore. The silence stretched again, thicker this time. Jack continued. I'm sorry for everything. I messed up. I guess, early fame got to my head, or maybe it's just an excuse I'm making to get out of this mess. I don't know. Last night, I thought really hard about what I want to do with my life and realized I'm just wasting my time. You and Mom gave me all kinds of opportunities and freedom and everything I could ever ask for, but I wasted them all. So, you don't have to believe me right away that I'm trying to change or can change. Just give me 2 months to prove to you that I can do much better. And once again, I'm sorry. Richard did not answer right away. He sat there, fingers still steepled, studying his son with an expression Jack could not quite read. It was not anger, not disappointment either. If anything, it looked like caution, as if Richard were afraid to move too fast and shatter something fragile. Jack held his gaze and forced himself not to fill the silence. At last, Richard exhaled slowly and leaned back into the couch. That is the longest apology you have ever given me, he said. Jack let out a breath he did not realize he was holding. Yeah, I figured I owed you at least that much. Richard's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. You usually owe me a shrug and a joke. I ran out of jokes. That earned him a quiet huff of amusement. Richard reached up and removed his glasses, rubbing the bridge of his nose. When he spoke again, his voice had softened. You understand why this is difficult for me, he said. I have heard versions of this before. Promises, plans, bursts of motivation that burn hot and vanish just as quickly. I know, Jack said. That's why I'm not asking you to believe me. Richard glanced at him again. 2 months. Yes. And if nothing changes, then you'll be right, Jack replied calmly. And you can block my cards. The answer seemed to settle something. Richard nodded once. Fair. Jack blinked. Really? Really? Richard said. 2 months. Your words. He pointed his finger at Jack. Remember that. Jack felt something loosen in his chest. Thank you. Richard waved the words aside, though his eyes stayed on Jack. Do not thank me yet. You are still responsible for the consequences of your past behavior. This does not erase anything. I don't expect it to. Good. Richard stood, smoothing the front of his shirt. Your mother will want to hear about this. Jack stiffened slightly. Tonight. Richard considered it. I'll tell her tomorrow. Let us not overwhelm the household in one evening. Jack smiled faintly. Thanks, Dad. Richard paused at the edge of the room, then added, one more thing. Jack straightened. Yeah, I am glad you went to school today, Richard said. Whatever the reason. Then he walked away. Jack sat there for a moment after his father disappeared down the hall, letting the quiet sink back into the room. His heart was still beating faster than normal, but it was not panic this time. He stood and headed for the kitchen. Dinner tasted better than it should have. He ate slowly, thinking through the next steps, replaying the conversation in his head. There were no guarantees. There never were. But he had something close to trust, or at least a ceasefire. That was enough. Later that night, back in his room, Jack opened the laptop again and resumed his work. Morning at the Dunphy house arrived the way it always did. Loud, messy, and completely unconcerned with personal space. Claire moved between kitchen counters with coffee in hand, mentally sorting the day before it had fully started. Phil hummed to himself while attempting something ambitious with a waffle iron. Luke sat at the counter, spinning on the stool and making engine noises with his mouth. Upstairs, Haley stood in front of her mirror. She tilted her head, studying herself with narrowed eyes, then reached for a top she rarely wore, like 2 times so far. She slipped it on, smoothed the fabric, then turned sideways. Better. She reached into her drawer and pulled out a small glass bottle. Alex paused in the doorway. She came to take her notebook but decided to stop and watch her sister's morning rituals. Is that the new top band? Wait. No way. That perfume bottle. Haley had bought it months ago with her birthday money, then sealed and stored it like it was a museum artifact. Haley had once declared it was for a special occasion and then refused to define what special meant. Alex leaned against the doorframe, arms crossing slowly. Haley lifted the bottle, hesitated for exactly half a second, then sprayed it. She dabbed a little on her wrist, then behind her ear. She smiled at her reflection without realizing it. Alex cleared her throat. Haley jumped and nearly dropped it. She yelled, "Oh my God. Do you ever knock?" "I did," Alex said calmly. "Yesterday. You told me to go away forever." Haley waved her off and turned back to the mirror. "What do you want, Alex?" "I'm busy." Clearly. Alex walked in and took her notebook, then stopped, looking at her sister with a knowing smirk. "What?" Haley asked. "Nothing," she said. "I was just observing a rare behavioral shift. It's called effort. You should have tried it sometime." Haley fixed her hair and double-checked her makeup touch-ups. Alex tilted her head. "Who is he?" Haley blinked. "Who is who?" "The boy you're dressing up for." Haley scoffed and rolled her eyes. "I am not dressing up for a boy." Alex waited. Haley met her reflection's eyes, then looked away. Alex smiled faintly. "You were wearing new clothes before 8 in the morning and you opened the fancy perfume." "You never opened the fancy perfume. Last time you touched it was to dust the shelf it was on." "It was getting stale," Haley said weakly. "Perfume does not get stale." Haley turned around, hands on her hips. "Why do you care?" "I don't," Alex said. "I'm just curious." "And right." Haley groaned and flopped backward onto the bed. "It's nothing. Literally nothing." Alex sat on the edge of the desk chair. "Nothing usually doesn't require perfume, and you aren't yelling at me for meddling in your life, which tells me you are in a good mood." "So, he cute." Haley stared at the ceiling. "You're annoying. And you're avoiding the question." There was a pause. "His name is Jack," Haley said finally. Alex's eyes flicked toward her. "Jack who?" Haley hesitated. That alone was answer enough. Alex's mouth curved into a knowing smile. "Jack Preston." Haley sat up. "How do you know that?" Because, Alex said, you do not voluntarily acknowledge boys. Unless they surprise you. And the entire school is talking about him. Haley hugged a pillow to her chest. He's just different. Alex leaned back slightly. Different how? Hollywood different or suddenly learned how to read different? Haley frowned. He was always able to read. Debatable. Haley ignored her. He showed up yesterday and aced all the tests and looked kinda different. In a good way. That's new, Alex admitted. And he smiled at me, Haley added, then quickly said, not that I was looking at him. Alex nodded slowly. So you were dressing up. I am not dressing up, Haley said. I just want to look nice. For school. Yes. Alex raised an eyebrow. For Jack Preston. Haley groaned again. Why are you like this? Alex stood. Because I am observant. And because this will end badly. Haley peeked up at her. You don't know that. Alex shrugged. Statistically speaking, I do. Haley sat up and grabbed a hairbrush. You're just jealous. Alex paused at the door. Of what? That someone interesting exists in my life. Alex smiled sweetly. No, I'm curious to see how long it takes before you disappoint him. Then she quickly ran out of the room before Haley could hit her with the pillow. Hurry up, girls, Claire yelled as she packed their lunchboxes. Luke, stop playing with the cereal. And Phil, stop playing with the waffle iron. Don't you have a meeting with a client at 9 p.m.? Phil Dunphy's confession. Phil sat on the couch in the living room, holding a plate that had once been a waffle. So, Phil said brightly, gesturing to the waffle iron on the coffee table. This is my new passion. I am going to become a professional waffle maker using my new waffle maker. Get it? Waffle maker, waffle maker. He held up the plate. The waffle looked uneven and slightly burned. First time was a mess, Phil continued. But Dunphys never give up. Maybe one day I will become a master waffle maker. Who knows? I could be on cook shows, and... He smiled for a moment, letting his imagination run wild. Sky is the limit. Phil Dunphy's confession end. Oh my god. Phil looked at his wristwatch. I'm late. He stumbled toward the door, quickly grabbed his boots and put them on. He then grabbed his bag, which he had kept near the door beforehand in case he was late. And he was right. Thanks to that waffle iron, he was late. Claire, sweetheart, can you clean up the waffle maker? I've made a mess. Claire sighed. It was nothing new. Phil always tries different things and at this point, she has gotten used to his shenanigans. She walked over to him, and they kissed. Don't worry about that. You just focus on the deal. I love you, Phil said with a smile. I love you too, Claire said before they kissed again. Alex noticed them kiss and made a disgusted expression. ARGG. Get a room, you two. Claire sighed as she pulled back. Bye girls, and Luke. We are setting up the new trampoline today. You better be ready, Phil said, pointing his finger at Luke before leaving. A few minutes later, Claire finished packing lunches and set them on the counter. 5 minutes, she called out. If you are not downstairs in 5 minutes, you are walking. Stop yelling, Haley shouted back. She grabbed her bag and slipped on her shoes, then walked down the stairs. She stopped, giving herself one last look in the mirror by the stairs. She adjusted her hair again, then forced her shoulders to relax. Stop being weird, she muttered to herself. Alex joined her halfway down the stairs, already typing something into her phone. Luke ran past them wearing one shoe and holding the other in his hand. Mom said 5 minutes. That means we have at least 10. No, Claire said from the kitchen. That means you have 1. 30 minutes later. Palisades High was lively as usual, but Haley felt the energy more today. Conversations mixed together, and laughter filled the courtyard. She got out of the car and adjusted her bag on her shoulder. Alex too got out. Claire waved them goodbye before driving toward Luke's school. Alex looked at Haley. Try not to trip over your own feet. Haley shot her a look. I see what's going on here. You were jealous. Don't tell me you two have a crush on Jack. But what can you do? He's in my class, he's around my age and I'm gonna talk to him today. So, good luck with your little taunts. What? Alex looked stunned. She didn't expect Haley to counter her like that. I don't have a crush on Jack. Haley simply smirked before walking inside. Do I have a crush on Jack Preston? He's cute and probably 3 years older than me, we never talked before, but… What? Alex mumbled to herself while walking toward her class. Meanwhile, Haley was heading toward the main building with a few of her friends. She laughed when she was supposed to and nodded when someone complained about homework, but her eyes kept drifting. She did not want them to. They did anyway, searching for Jack. And then she saw him. Jack stood near the lockers, talking to a teacher with an ease that felt unnatural for someone with his reputation. He smiled politely, nodded, and thanked her before turning away. That was when his eyes found Haley. He smiled. It was small and real and directed only at her. Haley felt her stomach flip. She lifted her hand and brushed her hair behind her ear with a shy smile. He gave a little nod before walking into the class. Her friends immediately noticed. Okay, one of them said slowly. Was that Jack smiling at you? Haley shrugged. I think he likes me. Since when? Since yesterday, apparently. Classes went as usual. That was the problem. Haley sat through lectures, group work, and notes she pretended to write, all while her attention kept slipping sideways. Jack sat 2 rows ahead in English, 1 row over in math. Close enough to notice things she probably should not have been noticing. He listened to the teachers. He did not slouch or fake interest. He raised his hand when he had something to say and stayed quiet when he did not. Teachers treated him differently now, cautiously respectful, like they were still testing whether yesterday had been a fluke. Haley caught herself watching the way he smiled when someone made a joke. Or the way he leaned back in his chair when he finished early, relaxed but not bored. It was irritating. Normally, this was the part where boys tried to get her attention. Notes passed. Smiles held too long. Awkward compliments about her hair or shoes. She was good at that dynamic. It was familiar and easy. This was not that. Jack did not try to talk to her. He did not look over constantly or find excuses to sit closer. He was just himself. That was new. Haley found herself wondering things she usually did not bother with. Is he single? Does he like me? Was that smile just a friendly smile, or am I reading into something more that I should? By the time the lunch bell rang, she had made a decision. She grabbed her bag and headed outside with her friends, but her steps slowed near the courtyard. She spotted Jack almost immediately. He sat near the small fountain bench, lunch tray balanced on his knees. The sound of water splashing softly filled the space around him. He looked comfortable there, and she was surprised to see that none of his old friends were swarming around him like they used to in the past. Did something happen? Haley stopped walking. Her friends kept going. Are you coming? One of them asked. In a second, Haley said. I forgot something. They barely questioned it. Haley did that sometimes. She took a breath. Then another. Stop being weird. She adjusted her bag strap and walked toward him. Jack noticed her when she was a few steps away. He looked up. Hey, he said. Her heart did something stupid. Hey, Haley replied. She gestured at the bench. Do you mind if I sit? Jack blinked once, then smiled. Not at all. He shifted his tray slightly to make space. Haley sat down, careful not to rush it, legs crossing naturally. The fountain sprayed behind them, creating a bubble of white noise that made the rest of the courtyard feel farther away. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Haley cleared her throat. So, you're, like, really into school now? Jack let out a soft laugh. I guess I am. That's new. For me too. She studied him openly now. He did not seem uncomfortable with it. If anything, he looked amused. Everyone thinks you hit your head, she said. I am choosing to take that as a compliment. She smiled. You should. It's better than the other theories. He raised an eyebrow. There are other theories. Some people think you're an alien, Haley said. Or that your parents threatened to cut you off. Jack shook his head. Neither. I just decided to stop being an idiot and get my life together. That earned a quiet laugh from her. Bold choice. They ate for a few minutes. Haley picked at her salad, then glanced at him again. So, she said casually, are you single? The words hung there. Jack paused mid-bite, then looked at her. He did not laugh or dodge it. He considered the question, like it deserved that much respect. Yes, he said. I am. Haley nodded, satisfied. Good. He smiled. Can I ask why? She shrugged, pretending it was no big deal. Just curious. Jack watched her for a second longer, then nodded. Fair. She leaned back slightly, more relaxed now. You know, you never really talked to me before. I know, Jack said. That was my mistake. Her eyebrows lifted. Really? Yeah, he said simply. I was bad at noticing the right things. Haley felt warmth creep up her neck and she hated how much she liked that answer. Well, she said, you're doing better. The bell rang too soon. Haley sighed and stood, slinging her bag over her shoulder. I guess this is where we pretend we didn't enjoy lunch. Jack stood as well. I enjoyed it. She paused, then smiled. Me too. She took a step away, then turned back. Hey, Jack. Yeah, I noticed how good you are with maths, maybe you could help me out sometimes. I'm kinda struggling and I don't want to fail. He nodded as he closed his lunchbox. Yeah, sure, I'm free on Sunday. Jack found out about the voice acting job that same evening. He had just finished another hour of writing when there was a knock at his door. Jack saved his document, closed the laptop, and stood. Come in, he said. Richard stepped inside, phone still in his hand, brows drawn together in a way Jack was starting to recognize as work mode. He closed the door behind him and glanced briefly at the desk, the neatly stacked notes, the open notebook filled with handwriting that definitely did not belong to the old Jack. You busy? Richard asked. Sort of, Jack replied honestly. But I can stop. Richard nodded once. This will not take long. He hesitated, then sighed and rubbed his temple. We have a situation. Jack leaned against the desk. What kind of situation? An expensive one, Richard said. The Invasion 3 is in post-production. Final voice sessions were scheduled for this week. One of the lead voice actors woke up this morning with a severe infection. He dropped out. Jack blinked. That's bad timing. It is disastrous timing, Richard said flatly. Studio time is booked. Animators, sound engineers, editors, we are 70% through the recordings, everyone is locked in. Delaying would cost a small fortune and push the release back months. Marketing is already rolling. Jack frowned slightly. So you were looking for a replacement. Richard met his eyes. I am. Jack paused. Something clicked. You want me to do it? Richard watched his reaction carefully. You have done voice work before. Commercials, animated side characters, and even a lead role when you were younger. And you still have the range. You think you're up for this? Jack did not answer right away. He remembered enjoying voice acting before he started seeking parties and attention. He liked being in a booth with a script and a mic. It felt like a performance with less exposure to cameras. Voice acting always felt cleaner to him. I'm going to get paid, right? Jack asked. Yes, Richard said. You will be paid, fully and properly. But here's the thing. You have to record months' worth of lines in a single week. It won't be easy. Jack thought for a moment. It'd be hard, but it's a chance to prove that he's serious about turning his life around this time. What character? Jack asked. Richard straightened slightly, like he was shifting from negotiation to briefing. It's Jensen, he said. The hero's old rival. Jack's eyebrows rose a fraction. The antagonist of the previous part. Yes, Richard corrected. He starts on the opposite side, clashes with the hero more than once, then realizes the scale of the threat. He joins the team in the third act. And he sacrifices himself at the end, Richard said. Buys them time to destroy the alien core. It is meant to hurt. Audiences liked him enough that his death is supposed to sting. And if this movie works, then it leaves an opening for a fourth one with Jensen as the protagonist in another dimension. So, you'll get to play the lead voice actor. Ah, so, the explosion sent Jensen to another dimension and the story picks up from there. Jack asked. Yes, since we are wrapping up the main story. Next, we are thinking of expanding the story to another dimension. But that's a long shot. This movie has to work for us to think about the future. When does recording start? Jack asked. Monday morning, Richard replied. You have 4 days to prepare. Jack nodded slowly. That's tight. It is, Richard agreed. Which is why I would not be offering this to you if I did not believe you could handle it. Nah, I doubt you believe in me after everything I did. Call me paranoid, but I think you are desperate. If I were to guess, it's either that no one is ready to take the risk of doing months of work in a week, or that there is no voice actor available at the moment who can pull this off. So, you want me to take it because if I fail, you'll tell me how disappointed you are in me for failing. Dang. You were good, Dad, Jack said with a nod. You did the same thing a couple of years back. 15 grand, Richard said. Fucking hell, Jack said instantly. Send me the script. I'll have it sent in the morning, he said. Full script, character notes, director comments. You'll also have access to the animatics. Shit. Money, it was like a reflex. I couldn't say no even though I don't need the money at the moment. Ah, what the hell. Let's do it. Jack straightened. You do know I'm going to prove you wrong. I know, Richard said, surprising them both. He moved toward the door, then paused with his hand on the handle. One more thing. Yeah, I actually thought you'd say no since you don't need 15 grand because of my credit card and your account already has enough. Not to mention the hard work hours you are going to face. Then I'd have said how disappointed I'm in you, Richard said with his rare smile. But I'm glad you said yes. Always remember, some are watching for you to slip. Jack met his gaze evenly. Then they'll be disappointed. Only time will tell, Richard said before leaving. Thursday. School ended with the usual chaos of lockers slamming and students flooding the halls. Jack went straight home instead of taking a detour. He freshened up, ate some food and started his practice. He sat at his desk, laptop open, headphones on. The animation played in the corner of the screen. Rough models, unfinished lighting, timing markers flashing by. Atlas stood at the center of the frame in his hero suit, while alien structures loomed in the background like skeletal towers. Jensen appeared a second later, scarred armor. Jack paused the video and scrolled down to the script. He read the notes and descriptions on what his voice should be. Like, Jensen's voice should be like someone carrying years of resentment and guilt. Cold on the surface, but not empty. That was the hard part. Jack leaned back, closed his eyes, and took a slow breath. All right, he muttered. Let's do this. He rewound the animation a few seconds and pressed play. Jensen's mouth moved. Jack spoke softly at first, testing tone. You still think this ends with victory, he said, voice low and even. That there is a clean line between winning and surviving. He stopped, frowned, and shook his head. Too flat, he said to himself. Again. He straightened, grounding his feet on the floor, letting the weight of the character settle into his chest. This time, when he spoke, there was more edge to it. You still think this ends with victory, he said. That there is a clean line between winning and surviving. He paused the video. Better. He scrolled down. The scene shifted. Atlas and Jensen are arguing in the ruins of a command hub, alarms blaring in the background. Jack read Atlas's line silently, then answered aloud. You don't get to decide who pays the price, Jack said, voice sharp now. You never did. He let the silence sit, then continued with the next line, softer. But someone has to. Jack leaned forward, elbows on the desk, replaying the delivery in his head. The coldness was there, but it needed restraint, like someone refusing to let the cracks show. He practiced again, adjusting pacing. You don't get to decide who pays the price, he said. A beat. You never did. Another beat. But someone has to. His throat tightened slightly, and he took that as a good sign. A few hours later, Jack skipped a few parts in between and opened the final act. The chamber around the alien core pulsed with unstable energy. Janet's voice came through the speakers, desperate and strained. Jack read her line, then answered. Janet, he said softly. Listen to me. He paused the animation again and shook his head. No, he muttered. Not quiet. Controlled. He tried again. Janet, he said. Listen to me. He continued. Someone has to stay behind to hold the gate. You know it. This is my choice. He paused for a few seconds. Tell him, Jack said, softer now. Tell him I finally chose the right side. Jack stopped there, hands resting on the desk, fingers curled slightly. That was the ending dialogue. The one Richard had mentioned. The one that had to hurt without sounding like it was trying to. Jack exhaled slowly and leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. Cold voice, real emotion. He closed his eyes and pictured the alley, the gunshot, the silence, then the second chance that followed. Not to wallow in it, but to remember what it felt like to lose everything without warning. He opened his eyes and tried the final line again with more emotion. "Tell him," he said. "I finally chose the right side." The room stayed silent after the words faded. Jack reached up and pulled the headphones off, letting them rest around his neck. He sat there for a moment, then nodded to himself. "Yeah," he murmured. "That'll work." He glanced at the clock. Late, but not too late. Jack saved his notes, queued up the scenes he skipped, and leaned forward again, ready to keep going. After dinner, Jack scrolled down the cast list while the animation buffered. Lead roles, supporting roles, additional voices. He skimmed without much interest at first, eyes half-focused, brain still replaying lines and tone adjustments. Then a name made him stop. Dakota Fanning, Janet. Jack leaned back in his chair and let out a quiet breath. In his previous life, Dakota Fanning had already made a big name in the industry at this point. He had watched more than a few of her performances while studying acting, and sadly, he never got to meet her in real life. A dream of a past life might just become real in this new life. He chuckled. "I sound like a fucking poet." Just then, he remembered that this Jack had met her twice, 2 years back. According to his memories, she's popular in this reality too, just different movies. Son of a bitch didn't even keep in contact. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Guess I will get to meet her again during the recordings, he muttered. Fuck, how should I start a conversation? Even though I have the memories, it's me, not the old Jack, and it's been 2 years without any contact. Shit, whatever, let's focus. He shook his head once, refocusing. This was not the time to get distracted by celebrity thoughts. First, he gotta make a good name for himself, then it'll be easy. He put the headphones back on and returned to work. Saturday. Jack needed air. After hours of scripts, timing notes, and emotional calibration, his head felt too full to hold anything else. So he did the simplest thing he could think of. Shopping. The shopping mall was busy as usual. Families, couples, groups of teenagers drifting without urgency. The smell of coffee, pretzels, and perfume hung in the air. Jack walked slowly, hands in his jacket pockets, letting the noise wash over him. He was in no hurry. Been a while since I went shopping. Actually, first time in this new life. He stopped in front of a storefront selling watches he definitely did not need and definitely could afford. Niece, should I buy one? Nah, waste of money. He shook his head lightly and moved on. Clothes stores blurred together. He walked past the shoes and electronics store. A bookstore pulled his attention for a few minutes, muscle memory dragging him inside before he realized what he was doing. He flipped through a fantasy novel, smiling faintly at the irony, then put it back and left without buying anything. Jack turned a corner, slowing near a wide-open section lined with benches and decorative plants. It was the food court, and just then he realized he was hungry. KFC, Chick-fil-A or Popeyes? A tough choice. Should I go for Burger King's new double-stack Whopper? That was when he heard them. Jack. Two female voices came from behind at the same time. He turned. Haley stood a few steps away with her phone in one hand and her sunglasses pushed up into her hair. She wore jeans, a blue top, and a loose black jacket. Next to her was Gloria, wearing a deep green dress with a bold neckline, looking striking as ever. She talked animatedly to Manny, who held a shopping bag and looked a bit overwhelmed by the whole experience. The other girl was also a familiar one. Dakota Fanning with her friends. / Haley's confession. Haley sat on the couch with one leg tucked under her and the other dangling off the edge, twisting a strand of hair around her finger. She looked straight ahead. So, she said, drawing the word out, Gloria, Manny, and I went shopping. They opened this new shoe store, which was already dangerous information for me to have. Of course, I told Gloria and she couldn't help herself from buying new shoes and she bought me a pair. I love her so much. She nodded to herself. And then I saw Jack. Her lips curved despite her best effort. Just standing there looking at Burger King. Like people don't normally run into their weird crushes while deciding between fried chicken and burgers. I was starving, by the way. She shifted, sitting up straighter. And then, she added, eyes widening a little, I realized he wasn't alone. She leaned forward. Oh my God. That was Dakota Fanning. Like, the Dakota Fanning. She paused, letting that sink in, then shook her head slowly. And of course, we both said his name at the exact same time. Haley let out a short laugh and pressed her lips together. So now I'm standing there in jeans and, like, an old top I've worn 100 times, and she's wearing this green summer dress that probably has its own publicist. She gestured vaguely at herself. I mean, I know I'm beautiful. I do. That's not the issue. She tilted her head, giving a small, wry smile. But how the hell do I compete with Dakota Fanning? She leaned back against the couch cushions and sighed. That's just ridiculous. Haley's confession end. Back at the mall, Jack stood there for half a second too long. That was enough time for his brain to register the problem and absolutely refuse to solve it. Haley and Dakota were both looking at him now. Haley's expression was open but guarded, curiosity mixed with something sharper that she probably would not admit to herself yet. Dakota's gaze was calmer, more practiced, the look of someone used to being noticed but still alert to shifts in a room. To think I'll meet him here of all places. God, he's really handsome and kinda hot. I wonder if he still thinks that I'm a freak for kissing him back then. He looked angry back then for taking his first kiss. But it was my first kiss too. ARGG. I'm so nervous. Please don't. Remember, please don't remember. But who's that girl? His girlfriend. They noticed each other at the same moment. Jack could feel it, that subtle tightening in the air, the way attention slid sideways instead of forward. Haley glanced at Dakota, Dakota glanced at Haley, quick and instinctive, like two people silently measuring distance. There it was. A spark. What the fuck is going on? I can understand Haley, but why is Dakota looking at her like that? Women are complicated beings. Jack took a deep breath. And this just had to happen here of all places. In a food court, with the smell of fries and coffee hanging in the air, and zero room for clean exits. If he greeted one first, the other would notice. If he hesitated, both would notice. There was no version of this that went completely clean. So he chose the one he was slightly closer to at the moment. He stepped forward, closing the distance. Hey, Haley, he said, voice warm and natural. Her eyes flickered, surprise brightening them before she smiled. Hey. Jack felt the tension ease just a fraction, enough to breathe. Then he turned his head and met Dakota's eyes. He gave her a small nod, familiar but respectful. Dakota, he said, a faint smile tugging at his mouth. Long time no see. He doesn't look angry. Did he forget? Well, we were out of contact for a long time. So, maybe it's for good. Dakota blinked once, then smiled back, genuine and a little amused. Yeah, it has been. Haley's gaze moved between them. That's Dakota Fanning. OMG. I cannot win against her. Oh my God, my self-confidence is about to hit its lowest point. What does this mean? Is he way out of my league? Of course he is. All right, take a deep breath and calm down. Don't panic. Oh, she said lightly, so you two know each other. Jack nodded. A bit. From a while back. Dakota shifted her bag higher on her shoulder. We worked on a movie together. Years ago. Ha ha. How silly of me. Of course, you two have met before. Both of you are in Hollywood after all, Haley said, tone casual, but Jack caught the way her fingers curled slightly around her phone. Gloria clapped her hands together suddenly, breaking the moment like a snapped rubber band. She noticed the tension. Okay, she said brightly, eyes lighting up. This is interesting. Jack, hello, I am Gloria, and this is Manny. Manny nodded politely, extending his hand. Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Manny. Jack smiled at them both and shook his hand. I'm Jack. Nice to meet you. And you, Gloria said, giving him a look that lingered just a second too long. Very nice. So you were an actor. Haley keep talking about you all the time. Haley smiled. Gloria, what? Gloria said innocently. You were just talking about how you two are going to study maths on Sunday and you bought new shoes and a dress. Stop embarrassing me, Haley muttered, glaring at Gloria. Dakota let out a soft laugh, easing the tension a little. So, small world. Yeah, Jack said. Didn't expect to run into anyone from school today and from work at the same time. Haley lifted a shoulder. Mal does that to you? Dakota glanced around. Were you heading somewhere, or just wandering? Jack shrugged. I was about to grab something to eat. Haley's eyes brightened. Oh, same. Dakota smiled. We were just about to do that too. Gloria chimed in again. Then maybe we should go together. There was a brief pause. Then Haley said, okay. Dakota nodded. Sure. They started walking toward Burger King as a loose group, the kind that looked casual from the outside but felt anything but. Haley slowed just enough to fall in step with Gloria, lowering her voice the moment Jack and Dakota walked a few paces ahead. Why did you do that? Haley whispered, eyes forward, smile still pasted on her face for anyone watching. Why did you invite them to eat together? Gloria leaned down slightly, lips barely moving. Because this is not the time to be polite and run. This is the time to go strong. Haley glanced at her, panic flickering. Go strong, how? Gloria, that is Dakota Fanning. Yes, Gloria said calmly, and you are Haley Dunphy. Do not say it like you are already losing. Haley frowned. She's famous. She's pretty. She probably wakes up looking like a magazine cover. Gloria waved a hand. Please. I wake up looking like a magazine cover and I still had to fight for your grandpa. Listen to me. She leaned closer, voice firm now. Jack greeted you first. Haley blinked. He did. Exactly, Gloria said. That means there is hope. And hope is everything you can afford right now. Haley swallowed. Then why did you bring up the study thing earlier? That was embarrassing. Gloria smiled, sharp and satisfied. Because it reminds her that you already have time with him. Planned time. Studying on Sunday sounds innocent, but it is strategic. It plants a flag and we all know what happens behind the closed door. Ahead of them, Jack slowed slightly so they regrouped near the counter. The smell of fries and grilled meat hit them immediately. Dakota studied the menu with her head tilted slightly, eyes moving across the options. I forget the last time I had a cheat day, she said. It is so hard to keep in shape. Gloria snorted softly. Oh please. You were young. Eat the fries. This is the time to enjoy life. Dakota laughed. That is what my trainer would say right before crying. Manny was already leaning forward. The cashier looked up, bored, then blinked when she registered the group standing in front of her. She straightened slightly. Hi, what can I get for you? I will go first, Manny said immediately, stepping up. Gloria sighed. Oh no, I would like a Whopper, Manny began, serious and deliberate, but without onions, because onions distract from the flavor of the beef. And no pickles, because I do not like surprises. Extra lettuce, but only the crisp parts, not the soggy ones. Light ketchup, heavy mayo, but evenly distributed. The cashier stared at him. And, Manny added, holding up a finger, I want the bun lightly toasted, but not so toasted that it overwhelms the softness. It should feel comforting. Jack pressed his lips together, trying not to laugh. Classic Manny. Dakota and her two friends thought, who is this weirdo? Haley covered her mouth. Manny. What? Manny said. The cashier typed slowly. So, a Whopper, customized. Yes, Manny said, relieved. You understand me. Oh, as for fries. Gloria gave her lethal smile as she grabbed Manny's arm and gave a little squeeze. Normal fries. Do not argue. Manny nodded reluctantly. Fine. Next was Gloria, who ordered a simple burger, adding extra sauce. Haley stepped up next. She ordered quickly, trying not to overthink it, though she could feel Jack standing just behind her. A regular chicken burger, fries, and a soda. Dakota went after her, still scanning the menu like she might change her mind at any second. Okay, I am doing it, she said decisively. Cheeseburger, fries, and a diet soda. Her friends also ordered but they chose Sprite. Jack stepped forward last. I will just have the new double-stack burger and large fries. And I'll take a large Fanta. He then took out his card. Haley turned to him. You do not have to do that. I know, Jack said easily. I want to. Dakota hesitated. Are you sure? Yeah, he said. It is not a big deal. Gloria clapped her hands together again and whispered behind Haley. I like him already. Manny squinted at Jack. This is very generous. I will remember this when I write about today in my journal. Jack smiled. I am honored. He paid, tapping his card and stepping aside while they waited for their number. The tension eased a little once they moved away from the counter, replaced by the ordinary noise of the food court, trays sliding, people talking, someone laughing too loudly nearby. They found a table near the edge, just far enough from the crowd to feel separate. Haley was about to sit beside Jack, but Dakota's friends got in the way and Dakota quickly slid beside him, giving Haley a smirk. They talked about their morning and how they couldn't buy certain things due to the ongoing renovation in the mall. Dakota introduced her friends, Gina and Lisa, to them and she was really friendly. Soon, their food arrived. Manny immediately inspected his tray when the food arrived, lifting the bun slightly to check the distribution of condiments. This is acceptable, he announced. For a few minutes, they ate. Fries disappeared. Wrappers crinkled. The moment felt almost normal, which somehow made it stranger. Haley caught Jack looking at her once, not staring, just noticing. She held his gaze for a beat, then looked down at her food, smiling to herself. Gloria leaned back, watching them all with quiet satisfaction. Yes, she thought, a real love triangle. This was going to be interesting. While Jack was still thinking, why the hell is Dakota behaving like this? Did we kiss back then? Or maybe we made some kind of promise. Fuck, I don't remember anything. Don't tell me I have some kind of memory block at this critical moment. Dakota broke the momentary silence. She looked at Jack and then at Haley. So, you two are dating? Dakota asked. For half a heartbeat, no one spoke. Then 3 answers came at the same time. Yes, Gloria said brightly, with the confidence of someone announcing a confirmed fact. It's complicated, Haley said, a little too fast, heat creeping up her neck. Not yet, Jack said calmly. The words collided in the air and tangled together. Everyone froze. Dakota blinked once, then laughed softly, like she thought it was a joke that had not fully landed yet. Her friends exchanged looks, clearly unsure which answer they were supposed to believe. Manny looked delighted. This is fascinating, he said. I feel like I am watching a foreign film where everyone is in love but no one admits it. Haley turned to Gloria, eyes wide. Why would you say yes? Gloria did not even hesitate. The way you've been talking about him all the time, I thought it was obvious you two are dating. It is not obvious, Haley shot back, cheeks warm. Jack cleared his throat, raising a hand slightly, not defensive, just honest. We are not dating. Gloria waved him off. Not officially. Dakota leaned back in her chair, studying the 3 of them now, curiosity sharpening into something more focused. Okay, she said lightly, so which one of you is lying? No one, Jack replied. Let's just say, we are getting to know each other. That is it. Haley nodded quickly. Exactly. Gloria smiled. See, complicated. Haley groaned and covered her face with her hands. I cannot believe you. Dakota watched Jack for a moment longer, then nodded slowly. Fair enough. Her tone stayed casual, but Haley noticed the way her fingers tightened briefly around her soda cup before relaxing again. So, Dakota continued, you are single. Jack met her eyes. I am. And you, Dakota said, turning to Haley, are not dating him. Haley dropped her hands and forced herself to sit up straight. I am not. There was a pause. Good, Dakota said, smiling. That clears things up. It did not, in fact, clear up anything. Gloria leaned back in her chair, satisfied, sipping her drink like a woman watching a well-written telenovela unfold in real time. Jack tried to steer things somewhere safer. So what are you working on right now? He asked Dakota. Last time I checked, you were filming back-to-back. Dakota's expression softened a little. I'm taking some time off from mainstream acting. I want to focus on my studies for now. So, at the moment, voice work, mostly. It is intense, but kind of fun. Jack nodded. Yeah, I get that. Her eyes flicked up, surprised. You do. I start recording Monday, he said. Same project, actually. That got her full attention. You were kidding. Nope. Haley's head snapped toward him. Wait, what? Dakota looked surprised as she took a sip of her diet soda. So you are the replacement. Jack raised his eyebrows. You didn't know. I heard someone dropped out, Dakota said. I did not know it was you stepping in. Haley looked between them, suddenly very aware of how easily the conversation was flowing. You two worked together before. A while ago, Jack said. We were kids. Dakota laughed. Barely kids. /. Dakota's phone buzzed a few minutes later. She glanced at the screen, her expression shifting into something apologetic. That is my dad, she said, already standing. He needs me back at the hotel. Her friends followed suit, collecting bags and half-finished drinks. It was nice meeting you all, Dakota said, smiling politely. Her eyes lingered on Jack for a second longer than necessary, then shifted to Haley. Good luck with everything. Haley returned the smile, a little stiff. You too. I'll see you at the studio then, Jack, Dakota said with a little wink before walking away with her friends. For a moment, the table felt too empty. Haley watched her go, then looked down at her fries, suddenly very interested in rearranging them. Gloria broke the silence first. Well, she said, clapping her hands once, decisive. Manny and I are going to shop some more. Manny perked up. I would like to visit the bookstore again. I felt rushed earlier, and I believe the poetry section deserves my full attention. Gloria grabbed his arm. You can feel poetic after we find shoes. She leaned down toward Haley and lowered her voice. Have fun. I'll meet you at the parking lot in an hour. Gloria only smiled and pulled Manny away before Haley could say anything else. She also took her shopping bags. And just like that, it was only the two of them. The sounds of the food court rushed back in to fill the gap, trays sliding, voices overlapping, someone laughing nearby. Jack took a sip of his Fanta, buying himself a second to think. Haley picked at a fry, then glanced up at him. So, she said, trying for casual. That was something. Jack nodded. Yeah, that felt like a crossover episode. She laughed, relieved. Right. They sat in silence for a moment, not awkward exactly, just unstructured. Haley swung one foot slightly under the table, then stopped herself. Jack cleared his throat. Hey, she looked up. Yeah, about Sunday, he said. The studying thing. Haley straightened a little, alert now. Yeah, I was thinking, Jack continued, keeping his tone easy, we should probably decide where to do it. She blinked. Oh, right. I mean, he added quickly, we can keep it simple. Somewhere quiet without distraction. Haley tilted her head, watching him. Okay. So, where were you thinking? He rubbed the back of his neck, suddenly aware of how this might sound no matter how he framed it. Honestly, your place might be better. Haley froze for just a beat. My house. Yeah, Jack said. I mean, only if you are comfortable with that. Her eyes narrowed slightly, not suspicious exactly, more curious. Why not your house? Jack answered without hesitation. Because I do not want your parents worrying about where you are or who you are with. If we are at your place, everything is clear. Haley stared at him. That was not the answer she had expected. Most guys would have jumped at the chance to invite her over. Make it sound casual and cool. Jack had done the opposite, almost like he was deliberately putting distance between the situation and anything questionable. That is, Haley said slowly, surprisingly responsible. Jack shrugged. I am trying a new personality. She smiled despite herself, then looked away, biting the inside of her cheek. My mom is very, how to say it. She thought for a moment, searching for the right words. Like, aggressively snoopy. That is fine, Jack replied. I am not allergic to parents. Besides, as a parent, she'll always be worried about you. She snorted. You say that now. Haley thought for a moment, then nodded. Okay, yeah, we can do it at my house. Jack felt a quiet sense of relief settle in his chest. Cool, whatever time works for you. After lunch, Haley said. If you come too early, my dad will try to drag you into his hobbies and there are lots of them. Jack blinked. Hobbies like, she grimaced. Magic tricks, long stories, possibly a slideshow. Oh, trampoline. He laughed. Noted. After lunch it is. She smiled back, then glanced down at the table. Her fingers traced the edge of the tray, suddenly shy in a way that surprised even her. This is just studying, she said. Right, Jack said easily. Math and notes. No pressure. Good, Haley said with a little chuckle. Because I am terrible under pressure. He raised an eyebrow. Really? Emotionally, she clarified. Academically, I just pretend. Jack laughed softly. They finished the rest of their food without rushing, conversation drifting into lighter territory. They talked about teachers they both disliked, how unfair surprise tests were, and Manny's very intense relationship with food. Then Haley talked about Alex and Luke. She explained that Alex spends all her time reading instead of enjoying life a bit, which gets in the way of Haley's life because she yells and gets irritated at everything during exam time, and that Luke gets his head stuck in the stair railings almost every day. The tension from earlier faded into something easier, something that felt almost normal. When they finally stood and headed toward the exit, Haley walked beside him, hands tucked into her jacket pockets. So, she said casually, I will text you the address. Yeah, Jack replied. See you tomorrow. She slowed near the doors, sunlight spilling in from outside. See you. For a second, neither of them moved. Then Haley lifted a hand in a small wave and turned away, heading toward the parking lot where Gloria was definitely watching from somewhere. Jack watched her go, a faint smile lingering on his face. Jack's house, night time. Jack sat in front of his laptop and stared at the final page for a long moment. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. He has finished writing the first book. He scrolled up, then down again, this time more slowly. He was checking for accuracy. He looked for names, chapter breaks, pacing, and small details that could trip him up if he wasn't careful. He checked everything: spelling, formatting, chapter titles. There were a few typos that he fixed. It felt strange proofreading something he could almost recite in his sleep, but that was exactly why he did it. Confidence bred mistakes. When he finally leaned back, rubbing his eyes, it was close to dinner time. It is done, he murmured, mostly to himself. Jack opened a new tab and went through the copyright application step by step. He filled out every field, attached the manuscript, double-checked the information, then checked it again. When he finally clicked submit, the confirmation page loaded almost instantly. Registered. Certificate processing time, approximately 2 months. Jack exhaled slowly and closed his eyes for a second. 2 months was fine. He did not need validation tomorrow. He needed foundations. He opened a new document and typed the next title. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. The cursor blinked patiently beneath it. Yeah, Jack said quietly. Let us not get lazy now. He typed the opening lines from memory, the words flowing easily, but he stopped himself after a page. He saved everything. Before closing the laptop, Jack stood, stretched, and headed downstairs. I'm starving. He stopped at the bottom of the stairs, listening. Nothing. He was expecting to see his dad watching the news. But that was not unusual. His parents spent more nights at the penthouse than here, especially when schedules stacked up. Still, after the past 2 days, it felt odd. Well, time to eat. He went straight to the dining room. After dinner. Back upstairs, Jack changed into something more comfortable and lay back on his bed, staring at the ceiling. His phone buzzed once on the nightstand. A message. Haley, I sent you the address. And just so you know, my mom will probably ask you a lot of questions. Sorry in advance. Gloria spilled everything. Jack smiled and typed back. Jack, that is okay. I can survive interrogation. 3 dots appeared almost immediately. Haley, good. Also, thanks again. For today. It was fun. Jack paused for half a second, then replied. Jack, yeah, it was. A few seconds later. Haley, so, what are you doing? Jack, just finished dinner. Now lying on the bed, staring at the ceiling. What about you? Haley, same. Just finished dinner. Lying on the bed too. Jack, cool. Beds are underrated at night. Perfect for thinking and staring at the ceiling. Haley, definitely. And texting you. Jack, right. The ultimate teenage multitasking. Haley, so, what were you thinking about while staring at the ceiling? Jack, mostly about how boring it is at my house. It's just me and I don't have anyone to talk to, play games with, or watch a movie. My parents rarely stay at home. So, it's just a couple of caretakers and me. Kinda boring. I'm glad you texted me. What about you? Haley, I was thinking about, well, the mall. And lunch. And, how you said, not yet. I won't lie, I kinda liked it when you said that. Jack, oh really? You're making me blush over text. Haley, blushing over text. Really? Jack, true, but you have a way of making things awkwardly charming. Haley, I'll take that as a compliment. Jack, good. Because it is one. Totally one. Haley, okay, fine. Compliment accepted. Jack, so now that we've broken the compliment barrier, what's next? Haley, more texting, obviously. Jack, naturally. So tell me something scandalous. Something I don't know. Haley, I ate dessert before dinner. Jack, dessert before dinner. That is a serious crime in the world of food rules. I might have to report you to the authorities. Haley, and who exactly would those authorities be? You. Jack, possibly. I could be very strict, but I might let it slide if you promise to share next time. Haley, share, maybe. Depends on what the dessert is. Jack, you are making this very complicated for me. I might have to interrogate you thoroughly. Haley, oh really? And how exactly would you do that? Jack, I would ask all the important questions. Chocolate or vanilla, ice cream or cake, sweet or salty. You see, the safety of the dessert world depends on me. Haley, that is quite a responsibility to take on. Are you ready for it? Jack, I think so. I have trained for this my whole life. Someone has to protect dessert. Someone has to keep you in check. Haley, well, in that case, I will cooperate, officer. But only if you promise not to make it sound too serious. Jack, I promise. I can be very serious while still smiling. It is a rare talent. Haley, that sounds like something I would need to see to believe. Jack, then you will just have to join me for dessert sometime. Maybe I can even make some. Myself. I warn you, I am a beginner. Haley, a beginner chef with a very serious job. That is quite the combo. Jack, exactly. And who knows, maybe I will surprise you and make something edible. That would be a miracle. Haley, I might just have to witness this miracle then. You owe me dessert after that. Jack, deal. But only if you promise to tell me what counts as a miracle in your book. Haley, fine. But I warn you, I have high standards. Jack, that is perfect. I like a challenge. Haley, you are crazy. Jack, crazy, maybe. But fun crazy, I hope. Haley, fun crazy is acceptable. Jack smiled at his phone again. This conversation was easy and playful, and he liked how it made him feel. He typed one last message before putting the phone down. Jack, good night, Haley. Sleep well. Haley, good night, Jack. Don't dream about dessert too much. Jack, what about you? It took a moment for Haley to reply. Haley, you're allowed to do that. Jack, see you tomorrow. Haley, tomorrow. Jack chuckled to himself and set the phone on the nightstand. He lay back, staring at the ceiling again, a small smile lingering on his face. Morning, Sunday. Jack woke up early. Sunlight filtered through the curtains in soft bands, cutting across the ceiling and reminding him that he was alive and this wasn't any dream. Still, he touched the place where he was shot and sighed. He lay on the bed for a moment before getting out. After breakfast, he went through his morning routine without rushing. He showered, dressed comfortably, and then stood in front of the mirror for a moment before grabbing his notes. By late morning, he was seated at his desk, practicing lines for the voice recording scheduled for the next day. He focused on tone, pacing, and clarity, replaying problem sections until they felt natural. When he finally stopped, he didn't feel any strain in his voice, which he took as a good sign. After that, he changed into workout clothes and headed downstairs to the home gym. He jogged on the treadmill at an easy pace, letting his thoughts drift while his body worked. Haley crossed his mind more than once, which he did not fight. But the memories related to Dakota were kinda hazy even for him. The run cleared his head, and a little cardio was always good for the body. By the time he stepped off, he was hungry. After lunch, he showered again, changed into clean clothes, and checked the time. 2 p.m. He grabbed his phone, wallet, and backpack, making sure he had everything he needed for studying. He left. Jack rode his electric bike through residential streets. The afternoon air was cool. The ride was smooth, giving him just enough time to rehearse polite greetings in his head and remind himself not to overthink things. Dunphy House. Haley stood in front of her bedroom mirror, adjusting the hem of her top for the third time. She had gone with casual clothes, a blue t-shirt and shorts. Light makeup, nothing dramatic, just enough to look beautiful and confident. She checked her reflection one last time, brushed her hair over one shoulder, then nodded to herself. Okay, she muttered. This is fine, totally normal. We are just going to study math. No pressure. Downstairs. Luke was sitting at the kitchen counter, spinning on the stool while watching Phil do his tricks with a deck of cards. Claire was at the dining table, sorting mail and marking a small wall calendar. And then, Phil said cheerfully, holding up a card, if you misdirect the eye just enough, they never notice the switch. He flicked his wrist. The card vanished. Luke clapped slowly. Wow, that was almost as cool as the time I lost Haley's and found it in the fridge. Phil smiled proudly. Magic is about timing, Luke. And confidence. Luke said casually, oh, by the way. Haley invited her boyfriend over today. Claire froze. The envelope in her hand bent slightly. Her what? She asked, very calmly. Phil stopped mid-shuffle. Boyfriend. Luke nodded, completely unfazed. Yeah, he is coming to study or something. I do not know. They say that a lot when it is not true. Claire slowly turned her head toward Phil. Phil blinked. You hear that, honey? Haley's boyfriend is coming today. Claire's lips pressed together into a tight smile. I heard it. I just wanted to make sure I heard it. Phil brightened immediately. That is great. I love this. A boyfriend. Our little girl is growing up. Yes, Claire said. That is the problem. Phil waved a hand. No, no. This is good. Maybe he can help her study and she might even go to college. Who knows? Maybe this is a sign. Luke smirked. He is also famous. Claire snapped her head back to Luke. What do you mean by famous? I think he is on TV, Luke said as he took another spin. Or movies. Or commercials. I am not sure. Alex says he's rich. Claire inhaled sharply. At that exact moment, footsteps sounded on the stairs. Haley paused halfway down when she heard them talking. Rich and famous. She continued down slowly, eyes narrowing as she took in the scene. Claire was standing rigid by the table. Phil was holding a deck of cards like a magician caught in a crime. Luke was grinning as if he had just dropped a grenade and stepped back. Haley walked into the living room. Why are you all standing like that? Claire turned to her immediately, smile. Switching on too fast to be natural. Hi, sweetie. You look nice. You've put on makeup, I see. Thank you, Haley said with a smile. She just couldn't help herself when someone praised her. But she quickly shook it off. What's going on? Phil cleared his throat. So, funny story. Claire cut him off, eyes never leaving Haley. Luke told us you invited your boyfriend over today. Haley groaned. Oh my God, Luke. What is wrong with you? What? Luke said. You did. Haley sighed and looked at her mom. He is not my boyfriend. Claire raised an eyebrow. That was very fast. He is a friend, Haley said. We are studying. Since when do you study? Luke asked. Phil smiled. Studying. Love that. Claire crossed her arms. So, who is this boy? Luke said he's famous or something. Haley hesitated for half a second. Jack Preston, she replied with a sigh. Doesn't ring a bell, Claire said, shaking her head. Phil, however, had gone very still. The deck of cards slipped slightly in his hands as his eyes unfocused, then widened. His mouth opened a little, then closed again, like his brain was buffering. Jack Preston, he said slowly, reverently, as if tasting the name. As in Jack Preston from Dead Space Rangers. Haley blinked. Yeah, I think so. Luke perked up. Wait, that movie where everyone dies in space. Phil snapped his fingers and pointed at Luke, suddenly energized. Not everyone, but some sacrifices were made that day. That movie. The sci-fi cult classic super hit that made grown adults cry into their popcorn. Claire frowned. Phil, what are you talking about? Phil turned to her, eyes shining. Honey, Dead Space Rangers was nominated for Oscar. Best Visual Effects, Best Sound Design. Jack Preston was nominated for the Best Supporting Actor. And he played Orion Vale, the 9-year-old child genius. He was one of the youngest Oscar-nominated actor. He got down and was already pacing. That kid, Phil continued, voice rising with excitement, designed a last-minute reroute for the ship's core, piloted a damaged mecha suit, and then sacrificed himself to hold off an entire alien horde so his teammates and the stranded crew could escape. Luke stared. He died. In the most heroic way possible, Phil said solemnly. Alone. In the void of space. In a burning mecha suit. He looked back at the camera and said, someone has to stay. Phil pressed a fist to his chest. Claire blinked. Wait. That was him. Yes, Phil said firmly. That was him. Claire turned back to Haley. Your study partner is that kid. Haley sighed. Yeah, okay. I get it, he's famous and all. But he's just coming over to study. So, can we be normal for a change? I don't want him to freak out. Phil ignored her entirely and turned toward Luke, voice rising. Luke, grab a pen and paper right now. We are going to get an autograph. Luke grinned. Told you he was famous. Move, Phil snapped, gently but forcefully steering Luke toward the hallway. This is not a drill. Luke took off running. Phil turned back toward Haley, already smoothing his shirt and fixing his hair in the reflection of the microwave. Oh my God, he muttered. I cannot believe he is coming here. To our house. Haley's jaw dropped. Wait, what? Dad, you're exaggerating. That was a movie. It's not real. Mom, say something. He's going to ruin it. She made her usual dramatic gesture as if she were devastated. Claire narrowed her eyes. Phil, yes, honey, you were not asking for an autograph the moment he walks through the door. Phil froze. Slowly, his expression shifted. Oh, he said softly. You were right. Claire relaxed slightly. Phil snapped his fingers again. Because I have something better. Claire sighed. Phil rushed toward the stairs. I bought that limited edition Ranger mecha figurine. The one with the articulated joints and battle damage detailing. There are only 20 of those figurines ever made. If he signs it, that thing will be worth thousands. Claire followed him with her eyes, horrified. Phil, stop it. Crack. Son of a. Phil yelled as his right leg shot straight through the stair step. Haley rushed over immediately. Are you okay? Phil gritted his teeth and waved a hand. I am fine. Just a little stuck. He tried to push himself up, but the leg wouldn't budge. Claire's eyes narrowed sharply. Phil, you told me you fixed it. Phil looked sheepish, rubbing the back of his neck. Sorry, I forgot. Haley groaned and crouched down beside him. Jack will be here any minute now. We have to get you out before he sees this. Before Phil could answer, the doorbell rang. Great timing, Claire muttered. That must be Jack. She looked at Haley. Stall him. Then looked at Luke, who had somehow stuck his head between the stair railings. Everyone looked at Luke. How? Haley asked, stunned. A moment Luke was standing near the hallway, the next, his head was stuck between the railings. It was a disaster. Sorry, it just happened, Luke replied while standing on the second step. Great, Haley said with a painful chuckle. Just when I wanted to make a good impression, this happens. My life is ruined. The doorbell rang again. Just a minute, Haley said loudly. Haley, sweetheart, look at me, Claire called with a serious expression. Nothing is ruined. Just tell him you want to go out, maybe take a walk around, or go to a cafe for a few hours. And you can study at evening. What if he has a plan for the evening? What if he thinks I just called him to hang out outside to have fun instead of studying? He'll think I'm a liar and then he'll never talk to me, Haley said, holding her head. Trust me, go. Everything will be fine, Claire said. Okay. I mean, what could possibly go wrong than this? Haley said as she took a deep breath, fixed her hair, and walked to the door. Claire sighed and gave Phil and Luke a death glare. You two stay here and don't make a single sound. She walked down the stairs and quickly moved behind Haley as she opened the door. Both of them quickly got out and closed the door behind them, before anyone could see what was going on inside. Outside, Jack stood with his backpack and his bike was parked on the side. Backslash dash 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 dash. Jack looked up as the door opened. For a split second, his expression shifted, polite anticipation flickering into mild confusion as Haley stepped out, followed by Claire, and she immediately closed the door behind her a little too fast. "Hey," Jack said, glancing at the door, then back at her and then at Claire. Did I come at a bad time?" Haley forced a smile so bright it almost hurt. "No, not at all. Perfect timing. Great timing, actually. So, you must be Jack," Claire said, trying very hard to act normal. She wanted to snoop around them, listen to their conversation from outside the door as they pretend to study, and catch them red-handed if they try to do anything other than study, like kissing or making out. She just wanted her daughter not to make the mistake of doing something stupid and regret it later. But sadly, that'd have to wait. For now, she has to make sure Jack stays out. "Hi," Jack said politely, offering a small smile. "I am Jack. Jack Preston. It is really nice to meet you, Mrs. Dunphy." "Okay." He's polite and good-looking. What does he see in Haley? Claire blinked once, clearly not expecting that level of composure, then smiled back with just a hint of tension around the edges. "Claire. Just Claire is fine for now." She gestured vaguely behind her toward the closed door. "You must be the one Haley is studying with." "Yes," Jack replied easily. "Math. I brought notes." Haley laughed a little too loudly. "Yeah, math. Lots of math." Claire turned to Haley, eyes narrowing just a touch. "Sweetie, why don't you tell Jack what just happened inside?" Haley froze. Okay, so," she began, immediately tripping over her own words. "It is kind of stupid, actually." "Not stupid. Just unexpected. You see, I was preparing my notes and then Dad was doing this thing and Luke was also there and then something happened and now it is loud and messy and very, unstudy-like." Phil must have done something stupid again. God, she's so bad at lying, so, Haley-like, Jack nodded slowly, trying to follow. "I see." Claire jumped in smoothly, placing a hand on Haley's shoulder. The blender exploded. Jack blinked. Exploded. Haley's head snapped toward her. "It did." "Yes," Claire continued, nodding as if this happened all the time. "It turns out that putting ice, frozen fruit, and something that was definitely not meant to be blended together is a terrible idea. There is smoothie everywhere." She made eye contact with Haley. Haley nodded vigorously. "Everywhere. It is basically a crime scene." Jack glanced at the door again, then back at them. "Is everyone okay?" "Oh, we are fine," Claire said reassuringly. "So I was thinking, why don't you two go take a walk, maybe grab a latte or sit at a cafe nearby, and give me about an hour to clean things up properly. Then you can come back and have your study session without distractions." Haley turned to her. "Mom, thank you." Claire smiled sweetly. Jack hesitated for only a moment. "Okay, we'll be back in an hour. Oh, by the way." He took off his backpack. "Can I leave it here?" Of course, Claire took the backpack. "I am really sorry," Haley apologized again. "No problem," Jack said. "This can be our little date." Claire opened the door just long enough to slip back inside, then paused and leaned out again. "1 hour," she said pointedly, looking at Haley. "Math." "Yes, Mom," Haley replied automatically. The door closed again, leaving the two of them standing on the front step. For a second, they just looked at each other. Jack glanced at her, eyebrows raised. "So, exploding blender," Haley groaned, covering her face. "I swear, my life is not usually like this." He smiled, amused and surprisingly relaxed. "If it helps, that was one of the more creative excuses I have heard." She peeked at him through her fingers. "You believe her, right?" "I believe that something very strange is happening in that house," Jack said. "I do not think I need more details." Haley laughed, tension finally melting away as they began to walk down the sidewalk. "Okay, then let us go before something else explodes." 15 minutes later, cafe. The cafe looked new. Everything was clean and shiny. There were a few people inside, eating and chatting. The smell of coffee and sugar hung comfortably in the air. Jack and Haley sat across from each other at a table near the window, plates between them holding slices of cake that were already half gone. Haley leaned back in her chair, twirling her fork as she talked. I swear, the history project this year makes no sense. We are supposed to work in groups, but then they grade us individually. That completely defeats the purpose. Jack nodded, taking a sip of his drink. That sounds like the kind of logic teachers love. It keeps everyone stressed equally. Exactly, Haley said, pointing at him with her fork. You get it. He smiled. I have had my fair share of confusing school systems. They drifted from projects to teachers, then to the upcoming inter-school football championship that everyone at school seemed obsessed with. So, Haley said casually, though her eyes were watching him closely, are you going to try out for the selection? Jack raised an eyebrow. The football team. Yeah, the football team, she repeated. You would probably get in. He shrugged slightly. I honestly have not thought about it much. Between school and acting, my schedule is already a mess. Haley nodded. That makes sense. She took another bite of cake, then added, almost as an afterthought, I am on the cheerleader team, by the way. Jack's eyes flicked up, interest lighting them immediately. Oh, she smiled, clearly pleased that it caught his attention. Yeah, we are not amazing or anything, but we do our best. He leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on the table. So, if I do get in, are you going to cheer for me? Haley laughed softly. That is kind of what cheerleaders do. He tilted his head, smiling now. What if I make it to the final? Her smile turned a little mischievous. Then maybe I will cheer for you, exclusively. Jack's eyebrows lifted. Exclusively, huh? She nodded. I'll even bring a board. With your name on it. He leaned in a bit more. And what if the team wins and I score the most points? Haley leaned forward too, closing the distance between them. Her voice dropped just slightly. Then I'm pretty sure I can think of something special. For a moment, the world narrowed to just the two of them. Their faces were close enough that Jack could smell her shampoo, something light and faintly floral. Haley's eyes flicked down to his lips, and her heart skipped when she realized she had stopped thinking altogether. She wanted to kiss him. She really wanted to kiss him. Jack noticed the shift instantly. The way her posture changed, the way her breathing slowed, the way the space between them suddenly felt charged. He did not pull away, but he did not move closer either. Instead, his gaze drifted upward. Did you do something different with your hair? He asked gently. Haley blinked, surprised. She leaned back slightly, then touched her hair instinctively. You noticed. He nodded. Yeah, it looks different. Her smile spread, softer now, more genuine. I did it last night. She hesitated for just a second, then asked, do you like it? Jack nodded. Yeah, I love it. The wavy thing you did. It makes you look even more beautiful. You think so? Haley whispered as she leaned forward a bit, giving him the signal. He said I'm beautiful. I wanna jump around. Jack took the hint and was about to kiss, when Haley's phone rang loudly, breaking the immersion. Both of them pulled back with a little chuckle. Why do you have to spoil my day? First Dad and Luke, and now, you. We were just going to kiss. She checked the phone. It's my mom. She took the call. Haley answered the phone. She nodded quickly as she listened. After a moment, she ended the call and slipped the phone back into her pocket. My mom cleaned up the house, she said, turning toward Jack. So we should be good to go back. Jack smiled and nodded. Yeah, we should go. Dumphy house. 20 minutes had passed since Haley and Jack went to Haley's room with their books and notes. The living room looked calm on the surface, but it was anything but. Luke lay sprawled on the couch, one arm hanging over the side, eyes glued to the television. He was watching a cartoon. He laughed at something on screen, completely at ease, occasionally kicking his feet against the cushions. Alex was still in her cello class. At the coffee table, Phil sat unusually still on the single couch. In front of him, placed carefully like sacred artifacts, were a limited edition Ranger mecha figurine and a black permanent marker. He had adjusted their positions 3 times already, angling the figurine just right so the battle damage detailing was clearly visible. Every few seconds, his eyes flicked toward the staircase, then back to the figurine. Claire, meanwhile, was pacing. She walked from the couch to the window, then back toward the hallway, then circled around the coffee table. Her arms were crossed tightly, her jaw set in a way that meant she was thinking far too much. They have been in that room for 20 minutes, she said, stopping abruptly. 20 minutes, Phil. Phil looked up from the figurine. That is not a long time, honey. Claire turned on him immediately. It is for Haley. Luke glanced over. Yeah, she usually quits after 10 minutes and says her brain hurts. Luke, Claire snapped. What? He said. I am supporting your argument. Claire resumed pacing. Haley studying quietly behind a closed door with a boy she clearly likes does not make me feel calm. Phil leaned back on the couch and smiled, trying to keep things light. Or maybe she is actually studying. Miracles do happen, Claire. I once made a card disappear without using my sleeve. That is not the same thing, Claire said. There is a boy upstairs with our daughter. And God knows what they are doing. Phil waved a hand. They are doing math. And you said it yourself that he's a polite guy. Claire stopped and stared at him. How can you say that so easily? Because, Phil replied gently, if you cannot trust Jack, then you should trust Haley. We raised her. Claire gave him a look. It was sharp, silent, and full of meaning. Phil swallowed. Okay, I see your point. He sat up straighter. What do you want me to do? Claire leaned down, lowering her voice even though no one was close enough to hear. You need to act tough. Phil blinked. Tough. Yes, Claire said firmly. Scare him off just a little so that he won't do anything stupid even if Haley tries to do something stupid. Phil considered this. He glanced down at the figurine, then at the marker. I can do serious, he said slowly. I once negotiated cable prices with a man named Rick who laughed at my sweater vest. Claire was not impressed. Phil, okay, he said quickly. I will act tough and just scare him off a bit. Phil's confession. Phil leaned back into the couch cushions and looked straight ahead, like someone had just asked him a very serious question that he was not emotionally prepared for. Okay, so, here is the thing, Phil said, lowering his voice slightly. Our little girl is growing up. He nodded once, slowly, as if that fact needed confirmation. Haley used to need help tying her shoes. She used to cry, because her lip gloss was not the right shade of pink. She used to think boys were gross and only good for borrowing homework answers from. He paused and swallowed. And now she is upstairs. With a polite and famous boy. A boy who probably has a skincare routine. Phil frowned at that thought. She is 16, which is an age that sounds very young when you say it out loud, but somehow also very old when you remember that 16-year-olds can drive cars and make decisions and have feelings that do not involve their parents at all. He shifted on the couch, clearly uncomfortable. And that scares Claire a lot. Because to Claire, growing up means getting hurt. It means bad decisions and mistakes and heartbreak and crying in the middle of the night over someone who does not deserve you. Phil smiled softly. To me, growing up means something else. It means Haley is becoming her own person. Someone confident enough to like someone. Someone brave enough to invite a boy over and actually study instead of pretending to. He sighed. But here is the problem, Phil added, looking back at the stairs. Even though I know all of that, even though I want to be the cool dad who trusts his daughter and gives her space, part of me still wants to grab a marker, march upstairs, and say, hello, young man. Welcome to my house. Please do not break my daughter's heart or I will haunt you forever. He nodded again, as if that was a very reasonable plan. So yes, Claire is scared. And I get it. Because if Haley is growing up, that means she does not need us the same way anymore. He smiled, small and sincere. And that is beautiful and terrifying. Mostly terrifying. Phil leaned forward slightly, determination flickering across his face. But if being tough for 5 minutes helps Claire breathe a little easier, then I guess I can do tough. He glanced down at the figurine and the marker on the table. After I get the autograph. Phil's confession end. ... Alex came home from her cello lesson with her backpack slung over one shoulder and her bow case tucked under her arm. The moment she stepped into the living room, she slowed. Something was off. Phil was sitting too straight. Claire was pacing like a caged animal. Luke was laughing at the TV, completely detached from whatever tension filled the room. Alex adjusted her glasses. Okay, she said carefully. What's going on? Claire's head snapped toward her like she had been waiting for that exact question. In an instant, an idea sparked in her eyes. She rushed over, grabbing Alex by the shoulders and steering her a few steps away from the couch. Okay, Claire whispered urgently, Haley and her boyfriend are upstairs having a study session, and I want you to go in and, you know. She made a vague but very clear hand gesture that suggested supervision, judgment, and emotional control all at once. Alex did not even hesitate. She put her bags and instruments on the couch. I'll do it, she said immediately. I'm gonna catch her red-handed. I'm pretty sure she's on top of him and making out like wild animals. I don't know what Jack sees in her. Like, he's so handsome and recent results and rumors suggest that he's academically good. So, why is someone with a brain interested in someone without a brain? Phil looked up. Wait, what are we sending Alex to do? Observe, Claire replied firmly. She is responsible and logical. She will know if something inappropriate is happening. Luke looked over the back of the couch. Is she allowed to tackle them if they are kissing? Claire glared at him. No one is tackling anyone, or kissing. Alex was already heading for the stairs. She climbed quietly, each step careful. When she reached Haley's door, she stopped and leaned in, pressing her ear against the wood. She listened. At first, all she heard were voices. Number, that is wrong, Haley said. You forgot to carry the one. Jack's voice followed. Wait, look at the formula again. You have to isolate the variable first. There was the sound of pages turning. Alex frowned. She stayed there for another moment, listening more carefully. But there was no sound of smooching. They were just studying. Slowly, she crouched slightly to look through the keyhole. Inside, Haley was sitting on her bed with her notebook open in front of her. She was twirling a pen in her fingers, chewing lightly on the cap as she stared at the page. Jack sat at her desk chair, leaning forward as he explained something, pointing at the notes without touching her. They both looked focused. Alex blinked. She stood up, clearly unsettled, and walked back down the stairs. Claire rushed toward her the second she reached the living room. Well, she asked. What did you see? Alex stopped in front of her mother and hesitated, as if choosing her words carefully. Mom, she said slowly, I think there is something wrong with Haley. Claire's eyes widened. What? What do you mean wrong? They were studying, Alex said. Like, actually studying. Phil gasped softly. Studying. Yes, Alex replied. Math, notes, formulas. Haley was taking it seriously. Luke sat up a little. That is messed up. Claire stared toward the staircase, conflicted emotions flashing across her face. Relief mixed with confusion and a strange sense of betrayal. She has never done that before, Claire muttered. Alex nodded. Exactly. That is why I am concerned. Phil leaned back on the couch, letting out a slow breath. Wow, this Jack kid really is something. If he continues to help her, then maybe Haley is going to college after all. He grinned. See, Claire, miracles happen. His eyes drifted back to the figurine on the table, the marker resting beside it. Still getting the autograph, he murmured. Upstairs, Haley sneezed suddenly. Jack paused mid-sentence. You okay? Yeah, Haley said, rubbing her nose. I just felt like someone was watching me. Haley's room. Open notebooks were spread everywhere. Math sheets, history notes, half-finished homework. It looked like an effort had been made, even if the results were questionable. Jack sat back slightly in the desk chair, rubbing his temple as he flipped through her math notebook again. He kept his expression neutral, but his eyes moved carefully over the pages. Haley watched him from the bed, hugging a pillow to her chest. She could tell. She always could. When people reached that quiet point where they stopped pretending. Jack finally closed the notebook and set it aside. He did not sigh, but it was close. Math was not great, but it was not hopeless either. Haley struggled with speed and consistency, but she understood the basics. With repetition and a bit more structure, she would not fail. That part was manageable. The rest, though, when Jack opened her other notebooks, his confidence had taken a hit. History notes were incomplete. English assignments were rushed. Science pages jumped topics without explanation. It was not just messy. It was really bad. If things stayed like this, college was not happening. Haley shifted a bit and asked. You are disappointed, right? Jack looked up at her immediately. No, he said calmly. More like surprised. But it is somewhat salvageable. She blinked. Salvageable. Yes, Jack said. Math needs practice, but you are not hopeless there. You get the fundamentals, and given the time we have, it'll be enough to pass. Her shoulders relaxed just a little. Then her gaze dropped again. But, Haley added softly, I can tell the rest is bad. Jack did not lie to her. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. It is rough, he said honestly. Not because you cannot understand it, but because you are not really trying in a focused way. Her throat tightened. I do not know. I don't think I can pass this time. Everyone will be so disappointed in me if I cannot get into college. She swallowed and forced the words out. I am really trying so hard, but I am so dumb. Jack straightened immediately. Hey, he said firmly. Do not say that. Haley looked up, eyes shiny. It is true. Alex is the intelligent one with a big brain. No, Jack replied. That is actually the reason you are not improving. She frowned, confused. What? You think you are dumb, he said calmly. So every time something gets hard, your brain already decided you will fail. You stop pushing before you even give yourself a chance. And don't compare yourself to your sister. She has her strength, you have yours. Haley stared at him, silent. You need confidence, Jack continued. And you need to work a little harder, but in the right way. Not panic studying the night before or copying notes without understanding them. She hesitated. Really? Yes, Jack said without hesitation. I would not say this if I did not believe it. Her fingers tightened around the pillow. And what if I still mess up? Then we adjust, he said. That is how learning works. Haley let out a shaky breath. You make it sound easy. It is not easy, Jack said with a small smile. But it is possible, and I will help you. She got a little hope. You will. Yeah, he said. And if you can crack high school, then I will take you to Disneyland to celebrate. Her eyes widened. You are serious? Yep, Jack said. I will even buy the overpriced snacks. Haley laughed despite herself. That is a big promise. I do not make small ones, he replied. She leaned back against the bed, staring at the ceiling for a moment. Okay, she said quietly. I will try. Like, really try. Jack smiled. That is all I am asking. Oh, by the way, you still have to solve that problem. // Jack zipped his bag after wrapping up the study session. Haley watched him from the edge of the bed, her legs tucked beneath her, fingers idly twisting the corner of her blanket. So, she said, trying to sound casual, I guess I will see you at school tomorrow. Jack paused for just a moment before answering. Actually, probably not for a few days. Ah, it must be that studio thing with Dakota Fanning. Her head tilted. Why? I will be taking some time off, he said. I start voiceover work tomorrow, so my schedule is going to be packed for a while. Her eyes widened a little. Already? He nodded. Yeah, I took enough break from work, so, gotta do this one properly and get back into the groove. Haley hesitated, then asked carefully, is it the same project as Dakota? Jack nodded again. Yes. Her fingers tightened around the fabric in her hands. So, you will be working with her. I doubt it, Jack replied honestly. She has already finished about 90% of her recordings. I am coming in from the start on my end, so our schedules probably will not overlap much. But since it is the same studio, we will probably run into each other at some point. Oh, Haley said softly. Jack noticed it immediately. The way her shoulders stiffened just slightly. The way her smile faded at the edges, even though she tried to keep it in place. He studied her for a second, then raised an eyebrow. What? She touched her face. Something on my face. Wait, are there pimples? Oh my god. I just started using a new face cream and... Jack laughed, shaking his head. No, there are no pimples. You are fine. Then what? Haley asked, still defensive, still pretending she was not thinking too hard about his last answer. He slung his backpack over one shoulder and looked at her with an expression that was far too knowing. You look like you are arguing with yourself. I am not, she said quickly. I am just thinking. About Dakota, Jack said calmly. Haley scoffed. I am not jealous. Jack smiled. Never said you were, but since you said it yourself, I think you are. She crossed her arms. Nope. He tilted his head. Yeah, a little. Haley rolled her eyes and waved a hand. I do not know what you are talking about. I mean, Dakota was openly flirting with you back at the mall that day. Anyone with eyes could see that. But you never flirted back. So like you said, it is just work. There is nothing to be jealous about. She nodded to herself, gaining speed as she talked. Besides, she is beautiful and famous and talented and probably wakes up looking perfect, and I am just me. Which is totally fine. I am confident. Very confident. So confident that I am not jealous at all. Jack had started walking toward her. Haley did not notice at first. She was too busy convincing herself. And honestly, she continued, it would be ridiculous to be jealous over someone you work with. That would be immature. And I am not immature. I am very mature. Emotionally mature. Sometimes. Jack stopped right in front of her. Haley looked up and froze. He was close. Close enough that she could see the faint smile at the corner of his mouth. Her panicked rambling stopped. She could feel his breath, and suddenly she was painfully aware of how fast her heart was beating. Jack leaned forward slightly. There really is nothing to be jealous about, he said softly. It is just work. Haley swallowed. I told you. I am not jealous. I know, Jack replied. But just so you know. He leaned in the rest of the way and kissed her. It was gentle and unhurried, like he was giving her time to decide. Haley did not hesitate. She closed her eyes and kissed him back, fingers tightening in the fabric of his shirt without thinking. The room seemed to go quiet around them, like everything else had politely stepped aside. When they pulled back, just a little, Haley opened her eyes and stared at him, breathless and stunned. Okay, she said weakly. Maybe a tiny bit jealous. Jack smiled, his thumb brushing lightly against her cheek. You look cute when you are jealous, he said gently. Haley's eyes widened. I am not cute. Jack chuckled. You really are. She groaned, covering her face for half a second before peeking at him again. I hate that you know that. I promise to use this power responsibly, he replied. And I will call you. If I get free time, maybe we can meet up. Her smile softened. You better not forget. Never, he said with a nod. They lingered for another moment, exchanging quiet smiles and a few more words that hovered somewhere between teasing and something more serious. Finally, Haley stood and walked to the door, taking a breath before opening it. Ready? She asked. Because they are probably waiting downstairs like hawks. Jack nodded. As ready as I will ever be. They stepped out together and headed down the stairs. Downstairs, Phil was standing near the front door with Claire and Alex beside him. Luke was still sprawled on the couch, eyes glued to the TV. Phil straightened immediately. Jack adjusted the strap of his backpack and stepped forward, extending his hand with an easy smile. You must be Mr. Dunphy, he said politely. I am Jack. I would have introduced myself much earlier, but Haley dragged me upstairs before I could talk. Haley gasped. That is not what happened. Phil blinked, then laughed once and shook Jack's hand. Phil Dunphy. Nice to finally meet you, Jack. The handshake was firm, but Phil could not bring himself to act tough. There was something about Jack's calm posture and steady eye contact that made him feel like this was not a kid who needed scaring. So, Phil said, clearing his throat, how was the study session? Jack nodded. Productive. Haley worked hard. Haley felt a little proud of herself. Claire crossed her arms, studying Jack closely. And no distractions. Jack met her gaze without flinching. None. Alex raised an eyebrow. You two actually studied. Yes, Jack replied simply. Luke looked over from the couch. That is disappointing. Phil laughed again, clapping his hands once. Well, Jack, thank you for coming over and helping her with her studies. It means a lot. Alex chimed. Yeah, it's a lot to take in since Haley never studied for more than 10 minutes. So, everyone was surprised. Stop embarrassing me, Haley gave Alex a death glare. Luke finally glanced over and chimed in before Jack could reply. Did you guys kiss? Luke, Claire snapped. Haley coughed as she looked at the ceiling and away from her family, giving them the answer to the question. She's so bad at hiding things and lying. They kissed. Phil, Claire, and Alex had the same thought at the same time. I should probably go. It's already late, and I have to go to work in the morning, Jack said while trying to maintain his calm expression. It was nice to meet you all. Have a good evening, everyone. He turned toward Haley. I will call you later. She nodded as she walked over and opened the door. Okay. She just couldn't stop smiling. Jack waved once to the group and walked out. He got on his electric bike and rode away. Haley stayed at the door for a moment, lost in her own world. When the door closed, Haley stood there for a moment, her lips curved in a small, lingering smile. Claire watched her carefully. I think they are going too fast. Phil glanced at the door, then at Haley, then at the figurine still sitting on the table. I forgot to get the autograph, he muttered. Haley's confession. Haley sat on the couch, leaning back against the cushions, her hands folded neatly in her lap. Okay, she said softly, her smile spreading again before she could stop it. So, we finally kissed. She paused, eyes drifting toward the ceiling. And no one interrupted us this time. Her smile turned dreamy. My first kiss. It was, really sweet. She let out a quiet breath, almost a sigh. Like something that was supposed to happen finally did. Fun fact, nose doesn't get in the way. She nodded slowly, convincing herself all over again. And I think, she added, voice a little quieter now, I finally have a real boyfriend. The thought made her grin again. Then her expression shifted slightly, just a hint of mischief slipping in. She continued, does this mean I am going to rub it in Alex's face forever because she tried to embarrass me in front of him? She thought about it for a second. Then she smiled again. Haley's confession end. Next day 11 a.m. Unix Studios. The red recording light above the booth door blinked steadily. Inside the soundproof room, Jack stood comfortably in front of the microphone, headphones resting snugly over his ears. His script sat on the stand in front of him, pages already marked with light pencil notes, though he barely needed to glance at them anymore. And if you think I am the same as those weak-willed heroes, Jack said into the mic, then you are wrong. I'll do whatever it takes to end this war. There was a brief pause. Then the line indicator went dark. On the other side of the glass, the control room stayed silent for half a second longer than usual. Neil, the director, slowly leaned back in his chair, arms crossing over his chest as he stared through the glass at Jack. He had expected to stop him to redirect tone, adjust pacing, or at least ask for a second take. Instead, he reached up and pressed the talk button. Yeah, Neil said finally. That works. Take 5. Jack nodded, stepping back from the mic and slipping the headphones down around his neck as he took a sip of water. Behind Neil, the sound engineer swiveled his chair slightly, eyebrows raised. Kid is a genius. Neil did not look away from the booth. I know. Another producer leaned forward, glancing at the timecode running on the screen. We have been recording for 4 hours. And he has already cleared 45% of his dialogue without a major break, the producer said. He hits the timing like he has been doing this role for months. Now, that's a talent I'd like to invest in my next project. Neil exhaled slowly, rubbing a hand over his chin. I was prepared to guide him through every scene, he admitted. I figured we would spend a full day just getting him used to the character's rhythm. He tapped the desk once, thoughtful. I explained the arc once this morning, Neil continued. Just once. And he adjusted everything. The tone, the restraint, the anger under the surface. He nailed it perfectly. Inside the booth, Jack stretched his shoulders slightly, keeping his movements loose. 4 hours of constant recording would have strained most people, but his voice felt steady, his throat clear. He rolled his neck once and glanced through the glass, meeting Neil's eyes. Neil lifted a hand in a casual thumbs up. Jack smiled faintly and leaned back against the wall while the crew reset for the next block. One of the assistants leaned toward Neil. At this pace, we might finish principal recording by tomorrow afternoon. Neil let out a quiet, incredulous laugh. We planned for a week, he said. Minimum. Excluding relines and lip sync fixes, the assistant added. Even then, Neil said, shaking his head, this is absurdly efficient. He watched Jack again, who was quietly mouthing lines under his breath. I guess, all the rumors of him being impossible to work with on the set were rumors after all. Someone tried real hard to suppress his talent. After 15 minutes break, When the light above the booth flicked back on, Jack stepped forward immediately, slipping the headphones back on and centering himself at the mic. "Ready when you are," he said. Neil pressed the button again. Scene 42. From the second line. "Whenever you are." Jack delivered the line cleanly, seamlessly slipping back into character as if the last 4 hours had not existed at all. His voice carried controlled tension, precise timing, and an emotional undercurrent that matched the animated performance frame by frame. 4 p.m. The final line indicator faded, and the red light above the booth shut off for the last time that day. Jack pulled the headphones down around his neck and exhaled slowly. His throat felt warm but steady, the familiar post-session buzz settling in without any sharp strain. He stepped out of the booth as Neil was already standing with a satisfied expression. "That's a wrap for today," Neil said. "You cleared just over 60%. Jack nodded. "Felt good." "It looked good," Neil replied. "Too good, honestly. Which is why I want you to rest tomorrow morning at least." Jack raised an eyebrow. "Because of the battle sequences." "Yes," Neil said flatly. "The last 40% is nothing but shouting, exertion, combat pain, and overlapping effort sounds. If you go in cold or tired, we lose consistency or we risk injury. I would rather slow down than replace a lead voice." Jack considered that for a moment, then shook his head. "I'm fine. My voice is solid, and I would rather keep the momentum." "Tomorrow works." Neil studied him, searching for any sign of stubborn pride instead of confidence. What he saw instead was calm certainty. "You are sure?" Neil said. Jack nodded once. "I know my limits." Neil sighed, then pointed a finger at him. "If I hear even a hint of strain, we stop. No arguments." "Deal," Jack said easily. Neil relaxed a fraction. "Go hydrate. Get food. Do not rehearse at full volume tonight." Jack smiled. "I won't." He grabbed his bag, exchanged a few nods with the crew, and headed down the hall toward the break room. He pushed the break room door open. Dakota was sitting on the couch near the wall with her phone. She looked relaxed, hair pulled back, and she was wearing a pink dress, which made her look cute. "Hey," Jack said. "Didn't know you were still around." "I wrapped early," she replied. "And I've nowhere to go today, so I thought I'd play some games and kill some time." She lifted her phone a little. "I am losing very badly." Jack walked over to the fridge, took out a can of iced tea, popped it open, and took a sip of his drink. "That sounds serious." And Dakota sighed as she closed her phone. "It's over. I hate microtransactions in games. People are spending thousands to just level up early and get all the legendary equipment. It's like a cheat code." Jack agreed. "Yeah, I agree. The majority of online RPG games are like pay to win." So, Dakota stood up and stretched her legs a bit. "You going home?" "Well, I'm kinda hungry, so I was thinking of hitting that hot dog stand across the street," he replied before taking another sip of his iced tea. "Mind if I tag along?" she asked with a cute smile. "She's cute. But you got Haley. Don't even think about doing anything stupid. But you can always go as friends." "Yeah, all right. Friends." Jack thought before saying, "Sure." 1 week later, Richard Preston's office. Sarah Preston entered the office with a hardcover book in her hand. She sat on the couch and placed the book on the little coffee table. She looked at Richard, then at the book again. "You read it?" she asked. Richard looked up from his laptop and nodded. "Yeah, Harry Potter. And the Philosopher's Stone. Jack gave me a copy a couple of days ago." Sarah leaned back slightly, studying his face. "And?" Richard closed his laptop and turned fully toward her. "I finished it in one night." She smiled, the kind that meant she already knew the answer. "So did I. I stayed up way too late finishing it. I kept telling myself one more chapter, and then suddenly it was morning." "That's exactly what happened to me," Richard said. "And, I won't lie. I thought it was just going to be another one of those episodes where Jack pretends to be working hard just for show, and kinda expected this book to be a messy fiction, but to think he actually wrote something this good. And it's a fresh take on the magic world too. Yeah, I had my doubts, but he's trying hard, isn't he?" Sarah said with a small smile. Her son, who used to party a lot and waste his time and potential, was finally getting on the right path. She felt a bit proud. At one point, she had given up on him, but he proved her wrong. Yes, he's doing great, actually. He finished his voice recording sessions without any trouble. He started to go to school again, and I heard that he's applying for the school football team, Richard said as he stood up and walked over to the tall glass window and looked down at the busy city below. There was a moment of pause. Richard turned from the window and leaned against the frame, arms crossed. You know, sometimes I feel like I barely recognize him anymore. Sarah nodded, picking the book up again and flipping it closed. He's different, isn't he? Yeah, he said softly. Focused, steady, not running from everything like he used to. It's almost like he's finally deciding who he wants to be instead of just coasting through life. She smiled. It's about time, honestly. He's always had the talent, just never wanted to use it the right way. Richard shook his head. It's weird seeing him finally take the reins. I can't help but think, what if we, I don't know, helped him a little? Maybe get the book in front of the right people. Push it a little. Make it a thing. She raised an eyebrow. You want to promote it? Right now. Richard rubbed his forehead. I'm just thinking, this could be big. Really big. But I don't want to push too hard. I want to give him a chance to reach more people. I just don't want him to get overlooked. Sarah leaned forward, resting her elbows on her knees. Richard, don't do anything yet. Let him handle it himself first. He needs to learn how to stand on his own. If he asks for help, fine, then we step in. But if we push it, he'll just end up in our shadow again, and I don't want that for him. Richard sighed, letting his shoulders drop. I guess you're right. I just can't help thinking how fast he's moving now. It's exciting, but also terrifying. She smiled. That's what happens when you have a kid who suddenly decides to grow up overnight. But he's handling it. Let him show us how. He nodded. You think he'll ask for help? Sarah shook her head. Only time will tell. If he does, it'll be because he wants to, not because we shoved it on him. And that's the only way it'll mean anything. He needs to know his own limits and face the hurdles. The life of a celebrity is hard. You know it more than anyone. He agreed. Yeah, you're right. I guess I just want to see him succeed, in his own way. Sarah nodded. And he will. Just give him the space to do it. We'll be here if he needs us. Richard glanced at the book again, a small smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. He really might have something here. Maybe one day, we'll look back and say this was the start of everything. Sarah chuckled softly. Or at least the start of a very long night reading a book we can't put down. Richard laughed, shaking his head. Meanwhile, Haley got her learner's permit, and now, Phil was teaching her how to drive. Phil squinted at the GPS screen. I think this thing is broken, he muttered. He tapped a few buttons, but the little blue arrow stubbornly refused to obey. Haley gripped the steering wheel a little too tightly, eyes flicking between the road and the device. Phil glanced up and froze. Ahead of them, a group of kids was playing in the park. Frisbees flew, a soccer ball bounced across the path, and a skateboarder zoomed dangerously close to the car. Oh my God, it is a park. Away from the kids. Aim for the lake, he shouted, panic making his words jagged. Haley pressed the accelerator a little too hard. The car jerked. She screamed. A kid skating across the pathway shouted something, and before she could stop, the car bumped into someone. Haley slammed on the brakes. Phil's eyes widened. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. Was that Jack? Haley's eyes widened. Oh my God, Phil whispered. You killed him. You actually killed Jack Preston. He struggled a bit with his seatbelt before getting out. Haley's voice cracked as she panicked even more. Oh my God. I ran over my boyfriend. Is he dead? Is he going to die? I can't go to jail. Dad, what do I do? Mom said it's, like, really bad if you kill someone. She unbuckled her seatbelt and got out. Phil shook his head. They'll put you in juvie. And trust me, it is not a good place. Not at all. There are mean girls in there who will steal your food. Jack slowly sat up, wincing as he rubbed his wrist. His ankle had a few scratches, but otherwise, he seemed mostly fine. Really, now, he said with a hint of disbelief. You were driving in a park. Haley rushed over to him. Oh my God, I am so sorry. She crouched down beside him. I did not see you, I wasn't. The GPS was broken. Are you all right? Jack flexed his fingers, wincing just slightly. Yeah, a few scratches. Then he felt pain in his ankle. I think I twisted my ankle. Phil helped him up. We are so sorry. I should have paid more attention to the road. Jack said. Yeah, it's all right. No, it is not all right. It's our fault and we'll take care of the medical expenses, Phil said as he helped Jack walk toward the car. Haley, grab his skateboard. And so, Phil drove Jack to the nearest hospital, and everything looks fine. His ankle wasn't fractured, just swollen from the impact. The doctor prescribed a relief gel and told him to take some rest. Night. Back at the Dunphy house. Confession time. Haley and Phil sat on the couch. Haley's hands were clutching a throw pillow, twisting the corners nervously. Her legs were tucked under her. I swear, Haley began, voice tight but relieved, I think I nearly had a heart attack. I have never been so scared in my life. She let out a shaky laugh. And all because I didn't pay attention. I thought I was careful, but, oh my God, Dad. Jack is okay. He is actually okay. She took a deep breath and hugged the pillow tighter. Phil leaned back, running a hand through his hair, shaking his head. I know, sweetheart. I know. I really should have been focusing on the road. GPS, park, kids, I let everything distract me. That was on me. I should have been the responsible adult here, making sure nothing happened. Haley tilted her head, still gripping the pillow. Jack, he is fine. And he is alive. That is what matters. I can't stop thinking about how awful it would have been if, she cut herself off and exhaled slowly. I mean, I am just so happy he is okay. Phil sighed and leaned forward, resting his elbows on his knees. He looked forward. You know what this does to me. I won't be able to face him anymore, he said. Every time I try to get that autograph from him, something happens. First it was the stairs, then Luke, then that time I stubbed my toe. So, I planned to invite him for dinner but he simply shook his head. Every single time I try, there is some distraction, some disaster, I do not even know. And it is like the universe is telling me, not today, Phil. Haley looked at him. You were really worried about the autograph. I am sorry. I can't help it, he admitted, glancing down at his hands. I wanted it so badly. That Ranger Mecha figurine, limited edition, but every time I think I have a moment to ask Jack, something goes sideways. And now after this, he shook his head slowly. I am just so grateful he is all right. That has to come first. Haley nodded, her fingers finally relaxing around the pillow. Yeah, autograph doesn't matter. Honestly, I almost cried when I thought I hurt him. I just want him to be okay. That is all. Phil looked up at her and gave a weak smile. You know what, Haley? You were right. That is all that matters. I messed up. I need to be better. Focus on the road, focus on the people in front of me. Not on my collectible dreams. They sat there quietly for a few moments, letting the relief settle in. Haley still hugged the pillow, but now with a small smile. Phil leaned back with his hands behind his head, both of them catching their breath and appreciating the calm after the storm. Confession end. After dinner. 11 p.m. Haley's room. Haley lay on her bed, propped up on one elbow, phone in hand. She was texting. Alex was still reading for tomorrow's test. Jack, in his house, was lying back on his couch, legs stretched out, phone balanced on his chest. He was watching a movie when he got the text from Haley. Haley, are you doing all right? Does it hurt? Confounded face. Jack, hey, I'm fine. A few scratches and a swollen ankle, but nothing serious. Don't worry, you didn't actually kill me. Smirk. Haley, loudly crying, I literally almost had a heart attack. I can't believe I hit you. Jack, relax, Haley. It's not like I wasn't keeping an eye out for crazy drivers in parks. But, maybe next time, aim for the frisbee instead of me. Cold sweat smile. Haley, I feel so bad. I keep thinking about it. Blew it. Jack, I know, but honestly, seeing you panic like that is kinda cute. In a terrifying, nearly murderous way. Grimace. Haley, cute. I nearly crushed you. Weary. Jack. Yep. Cute but deadly. Honestly though, I'm okay. Your driving skills just need some work. Promise me you'll slow down next time. Car running dash. Haley. Deal cold sweat smile. I swear I'll never drive in a park again. That was traumatic enough for 1 week. Jack. Good. And don't worry, I'll forgive you. Maybe. After you make it up to me somehow. Winking face. Haley. Oh really? And how do you suggest I do that, mister? Nearly crushed ankle. Jack. Maybe slushy, cookies, and lots of apologies. Extra points if you bring your charming smile. Smirk. Haley. Flushed you are impossible, but fine. I'll do it. Anything to make sure you don't hate me forever. Jack. Hate you. Never. Just, maybe invest in some driving lessons first and remember that the accelerator isn't the brake. Tears of joy. Haley. Deal. And just so you know, I feel way worse than my text makes me sound. Cold sweat smile. Jack. I can tell. Don't worry. I'm still standing, mostly. Cool. Haley. You better be. Otherwise, I'll never forgive myself. Jack. Then it's a good thing I'm stubborn. Smirk. They lingered in the chat, sending a few more teasing messages back and forth. Haley's chest felt light, her earlier panic fading completely. She smiled, feeling that balance of warmth, worry, and excitement that only Jack seemed to bring out in her. Haley. Thanks for talking. I feel a lot better now. Really. Smile. Jack. Anytime. I mean it. Sleep well, Haley. Haley. I will. You too, Jack. And don't forget to ice that ankle. Relieved face. Jack. Already done. Good night. Sleeping. Haley. Night. Throwing kisses. Haley set her phone down, curling up under her blanket with a small, lingering smile. "Aw, look at you," Alex said, noticing her smile. She was done for the night. So happy after hitting Jack. "Shut up, Alex. Don't ruin the mood," Haley said, pulling the blanket over her face. // Pritchett's house, Saturday morning. Jay poured himself a scotch, neat, and set the bottle back on the bar with a satisfied grunt. He lit a cigar, took a slow pull, and sank into the couch like a man who had just won a small war and intended to enjoy every second of it. The morning light streamed in through the windows, and Jay looked completely at peace with the world. In the kitchen, Gloria was carefully lining a cupcake tray, humming to herself as she measured flour. She had decided today was the day to try a new recipe, one she had seen online that promised perfect moisture, which she did not fully trust but was willing to test. She glanced over her shoulder and frowned. "Jay," she called out, "who drinks scotch in the morning?" Jay raised his glass slightly, inspecting the color as if it were fine art. "Winners," he said casually. "Men who close deals that make other grown men cry." Gloria shifted her focus back to her cupcakes. "If you keep this up, you are going to get sick." Jay leaned back, clearly enjoying himself. "You know closets, 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 closets." "Yes," Gloria said. "How could I not know your arch-nemesis?" Jay grinned. "Beat them. Crushed them. I just made the biggest deal in the history of Pritchett's closets and blinds with one of the biggest producers in Hollywood. The Prestons." He took a slow sip of his scotch. You should have seen Earl's face. He looked like someone stole his lunch money and his dignity at the same time. Gloria stopped what she was doing and turned toward him. "The Prestons." Jay nodded. "Yeah, the famous Hollywood producer duo." She stared at him for a moment, then slowly set the measuring cup down. "Haley's boyfriend has the same last name. Preston. And he is an actor in Hollywood." Jay blinked once. "Really?" "Yes," Gloria said as she walked into the living room with flour on her hands. "His name is Jack Preston. He is very polite, very handsome, and very famous for someone so young." Jay straightened a little. "Wait, Haley is dating a Preston. As in my Preston." Gloria shrugged. "I do not know if he is your Preston, but unless Hollywood is full of rich Prestons who all act and produce, I think it might be the same family." Jay thought for a moment as he got a nice idea. If this is the same Preston, then he must get close to him. Why? Jay was thinking like a businessman. Jack is dating Haley and is an actor, so he must be around Haley's age. In a couple of years, when Jack becomes an adult, he might buy a house. Since they were friends early on, Jack could give Jay the contract for the closets in his new house. Then, if Haley somehow manages to stay with Jack and get married later, Jack might buy another house and Jay would get the contracts for those closets too. Right now, Pritchett's closets and blinds is popular, but if Jay somehow manages to get into the celebrity circle, then he's going to make money. Jay's eyes narrowed slightly, the way they did when a plan started forming. He stubbed out his cigar, picked up his phone, and scrolled until he found Haley's name. Gloria watched him with suspicion. "Why do you look like that?" "Because," Jay said, already lifting the phone to his ear, "I might be about to make money without lifting a finger." Upstairs at the Dunphy house, Haley was stretched across her bed, half watching something on her phone and half daydreaming about absolutely nothing productive. Her screen lit up with Jay's name. She frowned. "Why is Grandpa calling me?" She answered anyway. "Hey, Grandpa." Jay leaned back on the couch, putting on his most casual voice, the one he used when he absolutely was not being casual. "Hey, kid. Just checking in. How are you?" Haley smiled a little. "I'm good. Why do you sound like you're about to ask me for something?" Jay chuckled. "What, I can't call my granddaughter without an agenda?" "Historically, no," Haley said. Jay ignored that. "Listen, I'm throwing a little get-together tomorrow noon. I tried calling your mom, but her phone went straight to voicemail, so I figured you could pass the message along." Haley sat up a little. "A party?" She looked excited. "Yes. I closed a deal that makes this house smell like victory and expensive scotch," Jay said with pride. "Tell Claire and Phil they're invited. Everyone is invited. It's going to be a big party." Haley paused. Then, very carefully, she asked, "Can I bring Jack?" Jay's confession. Jay sat on the couch with a cigar. He simply shook his head with a victorious smile as he looked forward. He took a puff, let the smoke out, and said a single word, "Teenagers." Jay's confession end. Jay smiled to himself. Got her. He kept his tone neutral, almost bored. "Jack. Who's that?" Haley said. "My boyfriend." Jay leaned forward slightly, pretending to think. "Boyfriend? Huh. When did that happen?" Haley laughed. "Recently." Jay nodded slowly. "So this Jack. What's his deal?" Haley hesitated, instantly suspicious. "Why are you asking?" "I'm making conversation," Jay said. "That's what people do at parties. They talk. I don't want to be the guy who doesn't know who's walking into his house." Haley relaxed a bit. "Okay. Well, his name is Jack Preston. He's an actor. He's really nice. Like, weirdly nice. And smart, and he helps me study." Jay's eyebrow twitched at the last name. "Preston." He kept his voice steady. "Preston, you say?" "Yeah," Haley said. "Why? Do you know him?" Jay waved a hand in the air even though she could not see it. "I know a lot of people, kid. Hollywood's a small town when you're important." Haley rolled her eyes. "Yeah, right." Jay smiled wider. "So this Jack Preston, his parents wouldn't happen to be in the business, would they?" Haley blinked. "Yeah, actually. His parents are producers, Richard and Sarah Preston." Jay's smile froze for half a second. "Bingo." He cleared his throat. "Well, would you look at that?" "What?" Haley asked. "Nothing," Jay said quickly. "Just surprised. World smaller than people think." Haley narrowed her eyes. "You're being weird." Jay leaned back, satisfied. "I'm being curious. So yes, you can. Bring him. I'd love to meet the kid." Haley smiled despite herself. "Okay. But don't scare him, and he hates when people talk about his work life. So, don't ask anything about movies or other celebrities." Jay nodded. "Okay. I'll keep that in mind." They said their goodbyes, and Haley hung up, already planning what to wear. Jay set his phone down and reached for his scotch again. He was smiling again. Gloria noticed his smile and nearly jumped up. She quickly rushed over and used 2 fingers on Jay's face, pulling the corner of his lips down. "Put your face back to what it used to be." "What?" Jay asked, surprised. "Your smile." "What about my smile?" "You look like a crazy person," Gloria replied. "Don't ever smile like that unless you want to sleep on the couch." She walked toward the kitchen again, but not before giving Jay a death glare. "What?" Jay touched his face. "What's wrong with my smile?" Jack's house, 10 a.m. Jack sat at the desk, laptop open, a notebook spread beside it. He was writing the next Harry Potter book. He paused, read the paragraph again, then nodded to himself. 90% of the book was completed. Only the last chapter was left, and then the editing. He leaned back in his chair and rubbed his eyes, more tired than he realized. He was not rushing with the second book. The first book was still waiting on copyright, so he was taking his time. His phone buzzed on the desk. He glanced at the screen. Haley. A small smile showed up before he could stop it. He picked up the phone. Hey, Haley asked. Hey, you busy? Jack replied. Just working on a side project. What about you? I just talked with my grandpa, Haley said, curling up on her bed. He's throwing a party tomorrow at noon, and I wanted to see if you'd like to come. Jack's voice perked up, just a hint of amusement in it. Yeah, I'm free. I'll go. Sounds fun. Cool, Haley said, smiling. It's just a casual thing. We usually go to Grandpa's house every weekend to party and have some fun. Everyone will be there. Mom, Dad, Alex, Luke, Mitch, and Cam, and obviously us. Jack chuckled. Your grandpa sounds like a cool guy. Haley laughed. Yeah, he's cool, and he likes to talk a lot about his closet business. So, whatever you do, don't get dragged into it unless you want to spend the day listening to his speech. Jack's voice lowered slightly, teasing. Well, if not closet. Maybe I'll talk about how amazing his granddaughter is. Haley laughed. I'll gladly let you brag about me. Just say the good ones, and skip the car accident. I'll see what I can do. But don't worry. Since your family will be there, I'll try to make a good impression, he replied as he stood up and stretched his legs. Then, after a pause, he added casually, Hey, I was thinking about hitting that new cafe next to the mall, grab something to eat, and then watch a movie. So, you wanna come? Haley sat up straight. Yes, absolutely. That sounds perfect. He nodded. All right, how about we meet there in an hour? Perfect, Haley said. See you then. See you, Jack said, and they hung up. 2:30 p.m. Cinema lobby. Jack and Haley stepped out of the cinema hall, blinking a little as the afternoon light hit them. The lobby behind them was still buzzing with people talking over each other, arguing about the movie like it was a matter of national importance. That ending was trash, Haley said, shaking her head. Absolute trash. I had mixed feelings, Jack replied. She picked the wrong guy, Haley said, pushing the theater door open as they walked outside. Paul actually understood her. He supported her dreams. He showed up. Jim just had a job and a boring apartment. Jack nodded. I liked Paul more too. Haley stopped walking for a second and pointed at him. Thank you. Everyone always says I am being dramatic. You were dramatic, Jack said easily. But you were not wrong. She smirked and kept walking. Exactly. They slowed near the sidewalk, waiting for their cab to pull up. Haley crossed her arms, still clearly not over it. I do not care what the movie tried to say. Love should not be about picking the safest option. Jack thought about it for a moment. Emotionally, yeah, I agree. She raised an eyebrow. Emotionally, Jack smiled. Logically speaking, though, Jim made sense. Haley groaned. Oh no, you were going to defend him. Just a little, Jack said, holding up a hand. Think about it. 10 years from now, they are married, they have kids, and suddenly, life is not just about grand gestures anymore. You have rent or a mortgage, car payments, groceries, school fees, healthcare, all of it. Stability starts to matter whether you like it or not. Haley looked at him, squinting. You sound like my mom. Really? He said. Well, that realization hurt me too. She laughed despite herself. Okay, fine. I get it. But movies are supposed to make me happy, not remind me that adulthood is a trap. Jack grinned. Fair point. Their cab pulled up, and they slid into the back seat, still talking as the car pulled away. Haley leaned back against the seat, watching the city pass by through the window. I still think Paul would have figured it out, she said. He would have grown. People grow. Jack nodded. They do. And sometimes movies forget that. She glanced at him, smiling softly. That is why I like watching stuff with you. You do not make me feel dumb for caring too much. You care the right amount, he said. That is the problem. The ride to her house felt shorter than it should have. Too soon, the cab slowed and stopped in front of the Dunphy house. Haley sighed quietly, already wishing they had taken the long way. They stepped out onto the sidewalk. For a second, neither of them said anything. It was that familiar awkward pause that was not awkward at all. So, Haley said, rocking slightly on her heels. I had fun. Me too, Jack replied. Even if the movie betrayed us. She laughed, then leaned in without overthinking it. He met her halfway, the kiss easy and familiar, warm but quick. Just enough to make her smile when she pulled back. Strawberry. Jack raised an eyebrow. You like it? Haley asked with a little blush. Jack leaned in for another kiss, and Haley kissed him back again. Then the cab driver cleared his throat, and they pulled back with a smile. Does that answer your question? He asked. Pretty much, she replied. Text me when you get home. I will, he promised. Jack stepped back into the cab, and Haley stood there as it drove off, lifting her hand to wave until it disappeared down the street. Only then did she turn toward the house, still smiling to herself. Noon, Pritchett's house. The backyard was alive in the loud, chaotic way that only a Pritchett gathering could manage. Jack stood near the pool with a mocktail in his hand, wearing a simple t-shirt and summer shorts, looking relaxed in a way he had not felt in a long time. This felt surreal. He saw a big family around him. Conversations overlapped loudly. Small arguments quickly turned into laughs. Kids splashed in the water while adults pretended to control the chaos. It was a classic modern family scene, but real. And, he was part of it. Jay stood beside him, one hand resting on his hip, the other gesturing to something imaginary as he went on ranting about closets. And that wall right there, he said, pointing, that is where most people make the mistake. They think closets are just storage. They are not. Closets are statements. Jack nodded politely. He had been nodding for a while. I tell people this all the time, Jay continued. You open a closet, that is the first thing you see in the morning. That moment sets the tone for your entire day. You want chaos staring back at you. No, you want order. You want power. That makes sense, Jack said sincerely. Jay smiled, encouraged. See, you get it. Most kids your age are idiots. Across the pool, Haley stood near a lounge chair, watching the scene with growing frustration. She was wearing the new purple bikini, and she wanted to see her boyfriend's reaction, but Jay was still talking. Still, it's been half an hour. She had certain plans involving her and Jack, like floating in the pool, flirting, and watching him react to her bikini, maybe stealing a few quiet moments away from her family and making out with Jack. Instead, her grandpa had hijacked him. She walked closer, stopping just short of them. Hey, Grandpa. Jay did not even turn. I am in the middle of explaining something here, Haley. Go and play with Manny. Haley smiled tightly. Cool. That sounds important. Jack glanced at her and caught the look immediately. He smiled apologetically. You wanted to go swimming? He asked. Yes, Haley said quickly. Very much yes. Jay waved a dismissive hand. Cool is not going anywhere. Now, Jack. Imagine a walk-in closet shaped like an L. Haley stared at Jay. Jack cleared his throat. Maybe later. Jay leaned closer to Jack. Later. Absolutely. I am almost done. Haley exhaled sharply and turned away before she said something she would regret. Haley's confession. Haley sat in the living room. Okay, I love my grandpa. I do. He built an empire out of wood and judging people. She gave a forced smile. But when he says, I'm almost done, what he really means is, cancel your plans, you now live here. She rolled her eyes. I had a whole vibe planned. Cool and some sun cream. Cute guy the first actually like who isn't emotionally unavailable or secretly married. I wore this. She pointed at her bikini, for floating, flirting, and possibly making out in the storage room. Not for listening to a TED Talk called Closets, the Hidden Alpha Energy. And Jack is being sweet, which somehow makes it worse. Because now I can't even be mad at him. I'm mad at geometry. She nodded to herself. So yeah, if Grandpa thinks closets set the tone for your day. She gave a little smile. Then mine just got set too, blue balls. That sounds so good in my head, but much worse when I say it out loud. Anyway, just to be clear, I don't have balls. I'm very much a girl. She shrugged. Welcome to the family, Jack. Haley's confession end. In the pool, Manny and Luke were splashing wildly. Stop it, Alex shouted from her inflatable, lifting her book above the water like it was sacred. This is not a water park. Luke laughed and splashed harder. Manny followed, grinning. Arg. Alex tried to get out of the inflatable and stumbled straight into the pool with her book. Drown the monster. Luke splashed again and Manny followed. Alex somehow got out of the pool with her wet book. She gave them a death glare and made a mental note to take revenge on them at a later date when they least expect it. Alex's confession. People think I overreact. Alex gave a tight smile. She was sitting at the dining table. But what Luke and Manny did wasn't splashing. It was targeted and strategic. Honestly, amateurishly executed, but still hostile. She holds up the book. This is a first edition annotated copy of A Brief History of Time. Do you know how long it took me to get Dad to understand that this wasn't just another space comic? She narrowed her eyes and nodded. So yes, I'm planning revenge. She leaned forward slightly. Not today. Revenge is best served when the subject has forgotten the crime and feels completely safe. Luke will fail something he assumes he passed. Manny will be publicly corrected on a fact he was emotionally attached to. Possibly both at the same time. She gave a small, satisfied nod as she imagined it in her head. I don't need to yell or splash. I just need time, and access to their weaknesses. Which, fortunately, I already have. Alex's confession end. Under the large umbrella, Cam and Mitchell lounged on long chairs, mocktails in hand. Cam sighed contentedly. This is nice. Mitchell raised an eyebrow. We are 10 feet away from a pool full of unsupervised children, and Dad is ranting about his closet with Haley's celebrity boyfriend. Cam smiled. Let me have this. Okay. Mitchell quickly shut up. Cam's confession. Cam sat on the pool chair, looking straight. I missed the Pasadena Community Playhouse's very limited run of Cats, the recatting, a reimagining I have been waiting for a month. A month. With choreography inspired by Pilates and unresolved childhood trauma. He sighed and then smiled. But, I missed it because Mitchell wanted one calm, drama-free afternoon. And I said yes. I sacrificed like a hero. Or a single mother in a Lifetime movie. A moment of pause. And here's the thing, Mitchell knows it. Oh, he knows it. And for the first time in our marriage, I have the upper hand. He won't argue. He won't correct my pronunciation of prosciutto. He won't even challenge me when I say Barbara's best era was all of them. I can get away with anything, like how I remodeled our bathroom with aqua tiles. He takes a sip of his cocktail. So sure, I missed musical theater, but I gained something far more powerful. He smiled. Silence. And honestly, standing ovation. Cam's confession end. Inside the house. Claire sat on the couch, legs crossed, eyes fixed on the window overlooking the pool. Gloria sat beside her, relaxed, sipping something bright pink. Claire leaned in. I just think Haley is taking this very seriously. Gloria glanced at her. She is serious about everything. Shoes, hair, lip gloss, makeup. This is not new. This is different, Claire said. This is her first real relationship. She is already studying more, changing her habits, and talking about the future. If Jack breaks up with her, it could devastate her. Gloria frowned. Claire, don't be so negative all the time. I am being realistic, Claire insisted. Teen relationships do not last. Gloria turned toward her fully. Jack is a good person. I know it. Claire scoffed lightly. You met him once. Yes, Gloria said. And when I met him, a very famous girl tried to flirt with him. Claire froze. What? Gloria nodded casually. Dakota Fanning. Claire's eyes widened. Dakota Fanning. Yes, Gloria said. And Jack politely declined her advances because he already had a girlfriend. Claire stared at her. Haley. Yes. Claire leaned back slowly. Dakota Fanning. Gloria smiled. Exactly. They sat in silence for a moment. Claire's confession. Claire stared at the kitchen counter as if it had personally betrayed her. So apparently, she began, then stopped, lifting a finger as if the thought itself needed to catch up. Apparently, Dakota Fanning flirted with Jack. Dakota Fanning, Oscar-nominated, critically acclaimed, can do no wrong. Dakota Fanning. She shook her head slowly, still trying to wrap her mind around it. And he said no, because he has a girlfriend. A beat passed. My daughter. She leaned back, letting that land. As a mother, I am thrilled. Ecstatic actually. This is the dream. A respectful, loyal boy who chooses Haley when literal Hollywood royalty bats her eyelashes at him. A small, proud smile tugged at her mouth. I mean, that's huge. The smile lingered, then softened, fading just a little as another realization crept in. Claire leaned forward, elbows on the counter. But as Claire, she exhaled. I am devastated. Because if this works, if they actually last, I lose one of my greatest parenting tools. No, I told you so. No, first love never works out. No dramatic life lesson delivered during a car ride while she cries and I pretend not to be happy that I was right. She sighed. I raised her to learn from mistakes, she said, counting it off in her head like a principle carved into stone. Then her shoulders slumped in resignation. And now she might just make a good decision. Claire simply looked straight. Dakota Fanning. Claire's confession end. ... In the kitchen, Phil stood at the counter, staring at a lineup of bottles. He squinted at the clear liquid in his glass and sniffed it. Okay, he muttered, that one smells lemony, but it could use a bit more tang. He reached for a lime, squeezed it in, took another sip, and winced. Sour. Too sour. He grabbed a water bottle from the counter and took a big sip. Behind him, Gloria stepped into the kitchen, wiping her hands on a towel. She glanced at the counter, then at Phil's face, then back at the counter. How many drinks have you tasted? She asked, seeing the lines of open bottles. Phil hesitated. I haven't counted yet. Gloria looked toward the pool. Her eyes narrowed when she spotted Jay standing far too close to Jack, gesturing wildly, completely blocking Haley from her own boyfriend. She straightened immediately. Oh no, she said. He's still at it. Phil blinked. Who is? My husband is stealing the boyfriend, Gloria replied sharply. And ruining a girls' pool moment. Before Phil could ask what that meant, Gloria was already walking out of the kitchen. Phil followed a step behind, still holding the tray. Wait, am I in trouble? Just follow my lead, she whispered. Out by the pool, Jay was mid-sentence, his hands illustrating something large and imaginary. And if you angle the shelves just right, Jay said, you maximize. Jay, Gloria cut in sweetly. He turned, surprised. What? I'm in the middle of something here, Gloria. Gloria smiled, but it did not reach her eyes. Phil needs your help with the drinks. Jay frowned. Phil does not need my help. Phil waved awkwardly from behind her. I might. He wasn't going to let such an opportunity to spend some time with Jay and mix drinks go by. Gloria nodded firmly. See, he needs you. Jay glanced back at Jack, then at Gloria. He sighed. Fine. He tapped Jack's arm. We'll continue this later. All right, Jack nodded with a polite smile. Finally, dang. Thanks, Gloria. Gloria walked over and looped her arm through Jay's and steered him toward the house. Come, be useful. She looked back at Jack and then at Haley and gave them a knowing smile. As soon as they disappeared inside, Haley exhaled in relief. Jack looked amused. Was that a rescue mission? Haley grinned. She is terrifying when she wants to be. Inside the kitchen, Phil stared at the bottles again as Jay approached. This better not be about umbrellas, Jay muttered. Phil brightened. Actually, it is about ratios. ... Out at the pool, Haley pushed Jack into the pool. Jack quickly got back up and grabbed her, pulling her in. Water splashed everywhere and they laughed. They slipped out quietly, crossed the patio, and went inside. Haley reached the storage room first and pulled the door open just enough for them to squeeze in. It was dim, cool, and smelled faintly of wood and cleaning supplies. Shelves lined the walls, stacked neatly with boxes, extra chairs, and random household things Jay refused to throw away. Haley closed the door gently behind them. For a second, they just stood there, close enough to feel each other's warmth. Jack looked down at her, eyes softer now that there was no one else around. Well, he said quietly, smiling, this is definitely more peaceful than the backyard. Haley laughed under her breath. You have no idea how long I have been trying to get you away from my grandpa. I figured, Jack said. I was starting to think I would leave here knowing everything about closet angles. She rolled her eyes, then looked up at him, suddenly more serious. I am really glad you came today. I am, too, he replied without hesitation. The words lingered between them for half a second. Then she reached up, took his face in her hands, and kissed him. It was gentle at first, then deeper as he wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her even closer. Her fingers slid into his hair. Jack felt Haley's tongue on his and heard the soft sound she made when he ran his hand up her back. They kept going, bodies pressed together, until they finally broke apart, breathing hard. Haley rested her forehead against his chest, feeling a little dizzy. She closed her eyes. His skin was hot. Her head fit perfectly in the curve of his neck. They stood like that for a moment. Then she looked up at him again, smiling mischievously. We should do this more often, she said. Jack smiled back. I don't know. It might be dangerous. She arched an eyebrow. I like danger. Oh yeah, he said before leaning in for another round of kiss, and Haley gladly obliged. They kept kissing as saliva dripped thanks to their tongue action. As her hands started exploring his back muscles, Haley began feeling his boner, and she smirked. What's wrong with the guest of honor? Am I turning you on? Jack let out a sheepish laugh. Can you blame me? I got a gorgeous girlfriend in a bikini standing before me and kissing me. It's like a dream come true. He pecked the tip of her nose. Can you show me? Haley asked, looking down at his boner. I don't know, Hales, we're not exactly alone here, you know. Jack said as he looked at the door. She kissed him again before mumbling against his lips. Nobody is coming here. Come on, just a peek. Fine, but only if you show me your boobs, he said before licking her lips. Haley smiled coyly. Deal. They pulled back. Jack pulled down his pants. As Haley pulled up her bikini top. This was the first time both of them were looking at each other's intimate parts. Haley's eyes were stuck on Jack's big boner and Jack's eyes were stuck on Haley's perky boobs. So what do you think? Jack asked with a smirk. Haley stared up at him. Honestly, pretty big, bigger than I thought it was gonna be. She had only watched porn before, and this was her first time seeing a real-life dick. She then looked at her tits. Well, my boobs aren't that big. So, you know, I don't know if you like them big or. She almost became insecure about them. They are perfect and perky and I love them, Jack smiled, looking into her eyes. Haley's doubts washed away as she asked with a smile. Really? Trust me, you are perfect, Jack said, unable to look away from her boobs. Wanna touch them? She asked, walking closer. I would love that, he said. But that'd be like I don't know, inappropriate. She took his hand and placed them on her boobs. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever touched in his whole life. Her boobs were perfect in his hands. He squeezed them softly, feeling their softness. It was the right amount of soft and firm. And he could feel her hard nipples on his palm. Wow, he couldn't help but say it out loud. She giggled at his reaction. His huge boner got even bigger. It now poked on her belly, but she didn't move back. I'm sorry. Jack apologized immediately as he slightly moved back. For what? Haley asked, though she knew exactly what he was talking about. He saw her lick her lips seductively before holding his dick with her hand and he felt a warm sensation, a bliss, a pleasure, a desire. Does it hurt? Haley wondered as she went down to her knees and looked closer at his cock while slowly moving her hand, jerking him. Before he could answer or stop her from going any further, they heard the sound of arguing inside the house. Jack quickly pulled up his pants, and Haley fixed her top. Haley carefully opened the door and peeked out. The entire family was there in the living room. We should get out before they get suspicious, Jack whispered. With that boner, Haley whispered. I'll go straight to the bathroom and take care of it. You're going to jerk off. Haley looked very curious. Jack narrowed his eyes. You're having too much fun, aren't you? I was joking. You think I'll still be hard in this situation? Oh yes, she nodded twice. Send me a dick pic. Jack chuckled. You need to control yourself, girl. I'll send you mine, she whispered. Jack shook his head. Go out there and distract them, then I'll sneak out. Okay, she whispered. Operation, we were never missing is a go. Jack smiled. You led. I'll follow. They slipped out separately, Haley first, casually rejoining the group near the couch. Jack followed a few seconds later, stopping to pick up a mocktail and taking a big gulp to make it look like he was always there, sipping his drink. 5 minutes later, Jay stood proudly near the kitchen island, hovering over a tray of grilled meat like a general inspecting his troops. Phil stood opposite him, arms crossed, wearing an apron that said "Kiss the Cook" with absolutely no irony. All right, Jay announced, clapping once. We are doing this properly. Blind taste test. No bias. Phil grinned. I have nothing to hide. Claire leaned against the counter. This is so pointless. We already know how this ends. Jay shot her a look. We'll see about that. Plates were handed out. Small pieces of meat were labeled only. With numbers. Everyone took a bite. Mitchell chewed thoughtfully. Okay. 1 is good. He pretended to be one of those master chefs. Mum. Very good. Cam nodded. 2 is bold. It has that perfect balance of salt and pepper. Luke swallowed too fast. I like whichever one has sauce. Alex adjusted her glasses. Statistically, Dad experiments more with marinades, which increases variance but also potential payoff. Jay frowned. This isn't a science fair. Haley took a bite of each, then pointed without hesitation. Number 2. Jack nodded. Same. It got that nice balance and the meat is really tender. Manny took a bite from both. 1 is tougher, the other is tender. My vote goes to tender. Jay's chest puffed up slightly. See. Claire raised an eyebrow. Dad, number 2 is Phil's. The room went quiet. Jay looked down at his plate. Then back at Phil. That is not possible, Jay said flatly. Phil tried not to smile but failed. Guess it is. They tallied the votes. Phil won. Clearly. Jay grumbled, stabbing a piece of meat with his fork. Fine. Beginner's luck. Phil clapped him on the back. Hey, second place is still podium adjacent. Jay simply glared at Phil, which made him shut up instantly. He walked to the couch and slumped down. Phil's confession. Phil rubbed his hands together and shook his head with a soft, self-conscious laugh. I don't grill to compete, he said, nodding earnestly. I grill to connect. To bond. To maybe, just maybe, earn a quiet nod of approval from my father-in-law that says, you're not completely useless. He smiled, hopeful and almost proud of himself, but the expression didn't last. So when everyone started liking my meat, his eyes lit up and he leaned forward in his seat. I thought, this is it. This is my moment. He straightened up. I practiced what to say at the next pool party. I'll say, all right everyone, bring out your meat, the grillmaster is here. There was a pause. Phil winced slightly. Okay, that sounded a lot better in my head. He cleared his throat, then lifted his chin again, trying to recover some dignity. But still, I won. Fair and square. Blind taste test. Democracy. America. His shoulders rose in a small, helpless shrug. And Jay didn't congratulate me. Phil let out a quiet sigh. He just got grumpy. A small, wounded smile tugged at his mouth. So yeah, I beat Jay Pritchett at grilling. He hesitated, the words landing heavier than he meant them to. And somehow, I still lost. Phil's confession end. Around 4 p.m., the party slowly thinned out. Cam and Mitchell gathered their things, Cam hugging everyone dramatically as if he were leaving for a year-long tour instead of a short drive home. Then said their goodbyes and left. A few minutes later, Jack shifted his weight and looked toward Haley. I should probably head out too. She looked slightly sad. Isn't it too early? My mom is coming home today and it's been a while since I've talked to her. So, Jack said with a little shrug. I'll see you at school. Okay, Haley nodded. Both of them walked together toward the front door. Jay and Gloria followed. Thank you for inviting me, Jack said sincerely. I had a really good time. Jay nodded, folding his arms. You're a good kid. And you listened to my closet theory longer than most adults. Gloria smiled warmly. Next time, I will rescue you sooner. Haley laughed. Please. Jack gave her a quick, quiet smile before stepping outside. See you tomorrow. Yeah, tomorrow, she said. Bye. Bye. 1 month later. A lot had changed in a month, and Jack's life, especially, picked up speed in a quiet but irreversible way. The email arrived early in the morning. The copyright for the Harry Potter book had been approved. It was official. The first thing Jack did was not celebrate. Instead, he uploaded the book. He set up the listing on KDP and Pod, formatted the manuscript with care, checked it 3 times, and finally hit publish. He priced the ebook low, fully aware of how the market worked. Ebooks were exploding in popularity anyway. People liked instant access, late-night reading, and not having to leave their couch. If the book was going to find readers, this was the fastest way. There was no big announcement. Just a clean cover, a proper description, and posts on his social media platforms like FB, Twitter and his old YT account. Though his popularity in Hollywood decreased a lot over the years, he still had followers. Next, Jack printed hard copies and gave them to Phil, Claire, Alex and Haley. 1 week later, Dunphy House. The living room was unusually quiet. Claire sat in the corner of the couch with the book closed in her hands, staring ahead as if she had just finished something heavy and had not fully come back to the room yet. She really loved the story, even though she rarely reads fantasy stories like this. Phil sat at the other end with his legs stretched out and the book open on his lap. He frowned at the page, then shook his head. "I do not like this Snape guy," he said. "I am telling you right now, he is shady and evil. Probably has a secret lair too. And the way he was mumbling spells during the match." Claire did not look at him. Her voice stayed flat and controlled. "Phil, what? You were wrong." Phil's eyes widened. "See, that tone. You know something." She finally turned to him. "I finished the book." Phil straightened at once. "Do not say a word." Claire smiled. "Just one small hint. It will make the rest of it better." He closed the book and pulled it against his chest. "No, I want to read it clean without spoilers." "Don't spoil it for me, Claire." "You already said he is evil," she said. "That is a theory," Phil replied quickly. "A harmless theory." Claire leaned closer and opened her mouth. Phil yelped, shoved his fingers into his ears, and jumped up from the couch. "La la 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 la, I cannot hear you." "Phil," she said, trying not to laugh. He shouted louder as he ran for the stairs. "I will not be ruined. I deserve this. I am a good person." He disappeared upstairs, still yelling nonsense. Claire stared at the empty stairway for a second. Then she laughed. Phil's confession. Phil drops back onto the couch with the book still in his hand, breathing a little harder than necessary, like he's just made it out of something dangerous. "Okay," he says, steadying himself, "Claire is still mad at me about the curtains. And honestly, I get it. Beige on beige was a bold choice. Some would even say, unforgivable." He nods to himself, as if this is a well-documented fact. "And before you ask, yes, it's been months. But when you choose the wrong shade of eggshell, some wounds never fully heal." He leans forward, lowering his voice. "So now she's trying to get revenge the only way that really hurts." Phil lifts the book and gives it a small, accusing shake. "By spoiling this awesome story." He looks genuinely offended. "That's psychological warfare." Then his expression brightens, pride cutting cleanly through the outrage. "Luckily for me, I've been going on morning runs for months." He pats his chest. "Cardio, baby." A grin spreads across his face. "I'm quick on my feet. Like a rabbit." He pauses, clearly pleased with himself. "She'll never catch me." The confidence softens a second later as he looks back as if Claire might jump out and spoil the story. "But I am reading the next chapter in the bathroom. Just in case." Phil's confession end. At the dining table, Alex sat upright with the book neatly stacked beside her, along with 2 other books, hands folded like she had just completed a successful experiment. "This is objectively impressive," she said, without looking up. Haley, sprawled on the couch with her phone in her hand, glanced over. "Objectively impressive is the nerdiest compliment I have ever heard." Alex ignored her. "The world building is consistent. The rules make sense. The character motivations are coherent. And the emotional pacing is far more mature than it has any right to be." Claire looked over. "You like it?" Alex nodded. "I loved it. Which is annoying, because now I have to live with the fact that my sister is dating a literary prodigy. She grabbed her head and sighed. How did this happen? Erg. It's so frustrating. Haley smiled smugly. Feels right. Alex tilted her head. How long did it take you to read it? Haley replied. 2 days. Alex's eyes narrowed. You hate reading. I hate boring reading, Haley shot back. This one had magic and drama and a boy with trauma. Alex studied her. You rushed it. Haley shrugged. Maybe. She stayed up late both nights reading under her blanket and texting Jack simple reactions without sharing too much. She wanted him to know she cared. Mostly, she wanted to avoid being the person who shakes their head without understanding what is happening. Alex's confession. Alex folded her hands together on the edge of the table. So, Haley and Jack have been together for over a month and 2 weeks, she said, a little too precisely. Yes, I counted. That's what stable adults do. She tried to sound casual, but it came out careful instead. And I don't hate it. I really don't. I'm not unhappy. There was a short pause. I just don't understand it. She pushed back from the table and began to pace, slow and distracted, as if the room itself were part of the problem. Jack is academically gifted, publicly successful, a literal celebrity. He wrote a book with layered themes, emotional restraint, and coherent internal logic. She made a small, vague gesture in the air. And Haley is. She stopped herself and shook her head. No, that sounded bad. A strained smile flickered across her face and disappeared almost immediately. They have nothing in common. On paper, if this were a data set, I would flag it as an outlier. She went quiet for a beat, staring at the floor. I keep thinking, he can do so much better. Like me. Her eyes widened as she realized what she just said. Wait, oh my God, I didn't just say that. What's wrong with me? She straightened abruptly, as if the realization had physically pulled her upright. Am I jealous? The question came out thin and unsettled. She stood there, processing it, visibly horrified by her own conclusion. Is this what jealousy feels like? Because I don't like it. It's inefficient and irrational. It's making my stomach do things. She let out a slow breath. I'm supposed to be the sister who sees patterns and predicts outcomes. Her voice dropped. And I didn't see this coming. Alex gave a small, unsettled nod to herself. Great. Another emotion I have to catalog. Alex's confession end. Meanwhile, Richard's office. Jack sat on the couch. Richard sat across from him, jacket off, sleeves rolled slightly, holding a tablet he had not looked at in a while. He leaned back, thoughtful. You did the right thing publishing the ebook first with a low price and easy access. Jack nodded. 300 copies sold within a week. I was kinda surprised. But, Richard set the tablet aside. But now comes the part where talent alone is not enough. Jack waited. There are thousands of books released online every day, Richard continued. Most of them disappear in a week. Some in hours. Being good does not guarantee visibility. I'm pretty sure you saw the sudden drop in sales, right? Jack nodded slowly. That's why I wanted to talk to you. Richard raised an eyebrow. Oh, Jack met his eyes. Do you want to take care of the hard copy promotion and publication? Richard did not answer right away. Jack went on. I am new. I do not have a reader base. The algorithm does not care how good the book is. It cares about momentum, placement, timing. He paused, choosing his words carefully. With your connections, you could do more in a month than I could do in a year. Richard studied him for a long moment. Then he smiled. So, Richard said, amused, you do know your limitations. Jack chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, I ain't stupid anymore. I know my limits. Richard nodded once, satisfied. Good. If you want to go further in life, you must know what you are capable of doing at present and take full advantage of that. Connection, contacts, parents, friends, use them all, but within limits and responsibly. I'll keep that in mind, Jack nodded. He stood up and made his decision. Okay, I will handle it. I'll ensure a proper print run, get it distributed, and arrange for reviews in the right places. Jack let out a quiet breath he did not realize he had been holding. Thank you. Richard waved it off. You earned it. That book is great. He walked to his desk, opened a drawer, and pulled out a script bound neatly with a clip. He turned back and handed it to Jack. "Now," Richard said, "read this." Jack took it, surprised. "What is it?" "A comedy fantasy," Richard replied. "Good director. Strong cast attached. I'm producing, and I think you'll do great as the lead character." Jack opened the folder and read the title. 17 again. "Finally, a movie from my old reality. As far as I can remember, this movie made big money and topped the charts. This is my big comeback chance. I won't waste it," Richard said, "just read it. If you like it, we talk. If not, we move on." Jack nodded. "All right." Richard smiled, softer this time. "I am proud of you, you know. Not because you wrote a great book, but because you asked for help when it mattered and you are taking your life seriously." Jack looked down at the script, then back up. "As I've told you, I'm trying to do things right this time." Richard nodded. "I can see that." Jack stood up, script in hand. "So," Richard raised an eyebrow. "Ah, I almost forgot." Jack took out a pen drive from his pocket and gave it to him. "Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets." Richard smiled as he held the drive. "Your mom hasn't read it yet, right? I'm the first one to see it, right?" "Yep, you're the first one who's going to read it," Jack said as he turned around and walked toward the door. "Enjoy." // Field, noon. The stands were full, parents, students, and scouts all buzzing with the same energy. This was a big game. Everyone knew it. Palisades Charter High vs. Smith J. High. Friendly game on paper. Tryout game under pressure in reality. The coach was going to make the final decision on who plays against the Dolphins next, depending on how everyone did today. So, everyone took the match seriously. Jack was standing in line, helmet already on, his hands resting on his thighs, waiting for the signal to go. Sweat was trickling down his neck. He was breathing deeply, trying to stay calm. He'd put in a solid performance all game long, some great runs, nothing sloppy. But even that wasn't quite enough to get the job done just yet. The scoreboard showed it all, 21-16. Smith J. High was winning. Only 1 minute left. Palisades needed 6 points. The cheerleaders on both sides were practically losing their voices from all the shouting. Their pom-poms were waving with wild energy. Haley stood with her squad along the side of the field, her ponytail bouncing, her eyes glued to the game unfolding before her. "Go, Palisades," she yelled, jumping up with the rest of the group. Out on the field, the quarterback, Jackson, clapped his hands together and called out the play. The defense instantly tightened up. They all had a gut feeling the ball was going to Jack. The real question was how they could possibly stop him, given his incredible speed, which made it seem like he could easily slip past the other team's defenders. Jack knelt, muscles coiled. "Alrighty then." The snap came clean. Jackson dropped back, surveyed the field, and the pocket began to collapse quickly. One defender broke through on the right. Another rushed up the middle. Jack moved instinctively, cutting left, then back toward the center. Just enough to fake the block before bursting into open space. Jackson saw it. He threw. The ball spiraled tight and fast. Jack caught it in mid-stride. The instant it touched his hands, the sound erupted. He turned upfield and ran. A defender lunged and missed, fingertips brushing air. Jack cut right, then left, reading bodies like roadblocks instead of people. "Go, Jack!" Haley screamed his name. Another player came at him head-on. Jack lowered his shoulder just enough to slip past, spinning out of the tackle. The sideline blurred. The crowd went nuts. 10 yards. 5. A player dove for his legs. Jack stretched out and crossed the line as he hit the ground. Touchdown. The referee's arms waved up. Game over. The field erupted. Players swarmed Jack, pounding his helmet, shouting, laughing, some of them nearly tackling him again out of sheer joy. Jackson ran over and wrapped him in a crushing hug. "You're crazy," Jackson yelled. "Absolutely crazy." On the sideline, Haley jumped so high she almost bumped into the cheerleader next to her. She screamed, laughed, and clapped all at the same time. Coach whistled, fighting hard to keep the smile off his face. Palisades 22. Smith J. High 21. As the teams lined up to shake hands, Jack finally turned toward the sideline. He immediately saw Haley. She was still bouncing on her toes, hands cupped around her mouth, her eyes shining bright as if she'd just seen something truly incredible. Jack grinned at her and gave a small wave with one hand. She let out another loud scream. Later that day, the locker room had finally quieted down. Most of the team had left, still riding the high of the win. The smell of grass, sweat, and cheap body spray lingered in the air as Jack finished tying his shoes and slung his duffel bag over his shoulder. A knock sounded on the open locker room door. "Preston," Coach Lance called. "My office. When you're done." Jack nodded. "Yes, Coach." Coach Lance's office. The office was small. Team photos covered one wall. A whiteboard filled with formations and scribbled notes sat behind the desk. A couple of old trophies rested on a shelf that looked like it had survived several decades of coffee spills and emotional wins. Coach Lance leaned back in his chair as Jack stepped inside and closed the door behind him. "Sit," the coach said, pointing at the chair across from him. Jack dropped into the seat. Coach Lance studied him for a second, then nodded slowly. "That was one hell of a finish out there." Jack gave a small smile. "Thanks, Coach. I mean it," Lance continued. "You kept your head clear under pressure. You didn't panic. You read the defense, adjusted your angle, and committed to the run. That's not something you teach easily." Jack shrugged lightly. "I just trusted my team and did my best. And your speed," Lance added, pointing a pen at him, "is ridiculous. I've been coaching for 20 years and I've seen fast kids. You're different. You accelerate like you're late for something important." Jack chuckled. "I'll take that as a compliment." "You should," the coach said, smiling briefly before his expression turned more serious. "Which brings me to why I called you in." Jack leaned forward slightly, listening. "The Dolphins game next Friday is not just another game. Scouts will be there. School board too. And maybe this year, we might just get into the higher level." He tapped the desk twice. "I want you on that field. Starting lineup." Jack nodded once. Coach Lance tilted his head. "But I also know you're not a typical student athlete. You've got acting work and public appearances. All that Hollywood stuff." Jack smiled faintly. "Sometimes, yeah. So I need to ask straight," the coach said. "Are you free next Friday? Because if I build my offense around you, I need to know you're actually showing up." Jack did not hesitate. "I'll be there." Coach Lance raised an eyebrow. "You sure about that? Maybe take a day and decide." "There's no need to decide right now." "I'm sure," Jack replied calmly. "I've already got my schedule lined up properly so that I can play. So, yeah, I'm in." The coach watched him carefully, measuring the tone more than the words. "All right then." He nodded. "Remember, Dolphins are aggressive players. Their defense is not too solid compared to their aggressive play style. So, they will expect us to play defense. But we'll go full attack mode. And I'm pretty sure, you'll be their main target." Jack nodded. "I figured that would happen anyway after today." Coach Lance let out a short laugh. "Fair point." He reached over and grabbed a clipboard, flipping through a few pages. "We're running extra drills this week. Route variations, pressure handling, and stamina work. Nothing insane, but tighter focus. I want you at practice every day after school." "I'll be there," Jack said. Coach Lance nodded. "Also, hydration, stretch properly, and try not to get mobbed by fans before practice. You're getting popular." Jack smiled awkwardly. "I'll try to control the mob." "Do that," the coach said dryly. He stood up and extended his hand across the desk. Jack stood and shook it. "Proud of your performance today," Coach Lance said. "You earned that touchdown. You also earned your spot. Don't waste it." "I won't," Jack replied. A few minutes later, outside, Jack stepped out of the school building with a duffel bag slung over one shoulder and his helmet dangling loosely from his fingers. Students lingered near the exit gates. It took about 3 seconds for him to be noticed. "Jack, that run was insane." He turned with a polite smile. "Thanks." 2 girls from the junior class stepped closer, both talking at once. One of them pushed a folded piece of paper into his hand. "You were amazing out there," she said quickly. "Like, actually amazing." Jack accepted it with an easy nod. "I appreciate that. Thank you." Another girl leaned in, grinning. Are you trying out for the Dolphins game too? Yeah, he said. That's the plan. Good, she replied, offering him a torn slip of notebook paper. You should celebrate after you win. She winked. Yeah, and get into trouble, worse, arrested. WTF is wrong with you all? He chuckled softly as he took it. I'll keep that in mind. A few more quick compliments followed. Some awkward laughs. A handful of shy glances. Jack handled it the same way he handled everything public, calmly, politely, and approachably. Across the bike parking area, Haley leaned against the metal rack with her arms folded, watching the whole exchange. Her expression stayed neutral at first. Slightly amused, but it turned slightly tense when a girl with big boobs whispered something in Jack's ear. She shifted her weight as another girl stepped closer to him, laughing a little too loudly at something he said. Okay, Haley muttered under her breath. I get it. Touchdown hero. Very exciting. She watched him accept the papers. Watched him smile. Watched him thank them. Finally, he managed to break away and headed toward the bike racks. As soon as he rounded the corner of the building and the girls disappeared from view, Jack stopped beside a trash bin. Without glancing at the slips, he crushed them in one hand and dropped them inside. Haley's shoulders loosened instantly. A slow smile spread across her face. Haley's confession. Haley sat on the edge of the bleachers, still in her cheer uniform, legs swinging slightly as she tried very hard to look casual. I wasn't worried, she said, then gave a small, awkward laugh. Okay, maybe a normal amount of worried. Which is not worried, it's just aware. She shrugged, glancing off to the side. Jack is popular. And handsome. And he literally just won the game in the most dramatic way possible. She lifted her hand and began counting on her fingers. So yeah, obviously, other girls are going to notice him. Talk to him. Try to be his friend. She paused a bit as she looked up straight. Girlfriend. A forced laugh slipped out of her before she sighed. That's just math. Her expression softened. But then, she said, and her smile turned slow and a little dreamy. He didn't even look at the papers. He just threw them away like they were nothing. Her voice dropped, almost to herself. Because they were. The smile on her face widened. He didn't care. There was a small beat of silence before she shook her head, amused. And I know it sounds cheesy. Like, illegal levels of cheesy. She nodded to herself, fully smiling now. But he loves me so much. A soft laugh escaped her. And I love him so much. She tilted her head, eyes bright. So yeah, touchdown hero. She leaned forward a bit. But he's still mine. Haley's confession end. Jack looked up, spotted her, and his expression softened into that unguarded brightness he saved almost exclusively for her. He jogged the last few steps to her side. Hey. Haley tilted her head, smirking. Hey, Mr. Popular. Jack jogged the last few steps to Haley's side. Hey. Haley tilted her head, smirking. Hey, Mr. Popular. Jack sighed dramatically, rubbing his hand behind his neck. You saw that, huh? Oh yeah, she said, pushing off the rack and stepping closer. Whole fan club. It was very impressive. Should I start scheduling autograph sessions for you? Please don't, he said, unlocking his electric bike. I barely survived that one. She raised an eyebrow. You took their numbers. I took pieces of paper, he corrected, unlocking and pulling the bike free and wheeling it around. There is a difference. Haley folded her arms again, pretending to study him. You smiled too. I smile at people, Jack said. It is considered socially acceptable. She stepped closer, lowering her voice just a little. You smiled nicely. He glanced at her, catching the playful jealousy tucked behind her tone. His lips curved slightly. I only run across entire football fields for one girl though. Haley tried to stay composed. Failed. That was smooth, she admitted. Thank you. I rehearsed it while getting tackled. She laughed, shaking her head as he swung one leg over the bike and powered it on. The soft electric hum kicked to life. He grabbed an extra helmet from the handle and handed it back to her. Hop on. Haley slipped the helmet on and climbed onto the back seat, settling comfortably behind him. Her hands rested lightly on his waist at first, then slid a little tighter as she leaned closer. You know, she said, voice near his ear, I was going to be jealous for at least another 5 minutes. You kinda ruined my dramatic arc. I can pretend to text them if you want the full experience. She snorted. Try it and I will push you off this bike at a red light. Noted. He eased the bike out of the parking lot, riding onto the street. The breeze picked up as they gained speed, warm air brushing past them. Haley rested her cheek lightly against his shoulder. You were really cool today, she said. Jack kept his eyes on the road, but his smile returned. I heard you yelling. I was not yelling. You screamed my name like you were summoning a superhero. She paused. Okay, maybe a little. He laughed quietly. They rode past a row of trees, sunlight flickering through the leaves in quick flashes across the pavement. So, Haley continued, starting lineup. Yeah, he said. Coach confirmed it. She squeezed him slightly, excitement bubbling right back up. That is huge, Jack. It is, he admitted. Next game is going to be rough though. Dolphins play aggressively. Good, she said instantly. He glanced back slightly. Good. Yeah, she replied. Because you like challenges. And also because aggressive teams make better highlight moments. I am thinking ahead here. Oh, are you? Obviously. I need better material when I brag about my boyfriend. Jack shook his head, amused. They turned onto the road leading toward his neighborhood, traffic thinning out as the houses grew quieter and more spaced apart. Haley hummed contentedly behind him. You know, she said after a moment, this is kind of my favorite part. The bike ride. Yeah, there is no crowd or family chaos. Just this. Jack nodded slightly. Mine too. Jack's house. Jack slowed the bike as the tall iron gate came into view. Jack tapped a code on a small panel without even looking at it. The gate slid open. Haley lifted her head from his shoulder. Whoa. Jack rode them inside. The driveway curved gently, long and wide, lined with trimmed hedges and trees that looked professionally placed. The house was modern, huge, all glass and stone. Jack brought the bike to a stop near the garage and powered it down. Haley did not move right away. She just stared. Jack, she said slowly, what the hell? He looked back. What? She climbed down behind him, took her helmet off, and turned in a slow circle, taking everything in. The driveway alone was bigger than most backyards she had been in. Jack too got down. I knew you were rich, she said, pointing vaguely around her, but I thought you were, like, rich. Not movie villain with a secret lair rich. This is not a lair, Jack said, amused. I don't have underground tunnels. I think. Besides, my parents own everything. So, basically, they are rich. She walked a few steps closer to the house, craning her neck to look up at it. You could lose an entire family in here. Possibly two. Jack grabbed his duffel bag and helmet, still smiling at her reaction. You get used to it. I absolutely would not, Haley said. I would trip over something expensive every day and cry. He opened the garage and wheeled the bike inside. Haley peeked in. This garage alone could be a sitcom set. Jack parked the bike, locked it, then took out his keys. Come on. They walked up to the front door. Jack unlocked it and pushed it open. Haley stepped inside and froze again. Clean furniture that looked new. Large windows let sunlight pour in, casting warm shapes across the floor. A large TV just above the fireplace. There were also a few showpieces around the living room. Like, everything looked so damn expensive. Oh my God, she whispered. I am afraid to breathe. He closed the door behind them. She turned to him, eyes wide and a little stunned. Do you live here alone? Jack tossed his keys into a small bowl near the door with a light clink. He bent down, slipping off his shoes and socks as he answered casually. Yep, most of the time. My parents visit every now and then and there are caretakers and security guards. Haley slipped out of her shoes too, placing them neatly near the door as she looked around again, still taking everything in. Doesn't it get lonely? Jack did not answer right away. He walked over to the couch and dropped his duffel bag onto it with a soft thud. You have no idea, he said finally. You were lucky, you know. Your parents are always around and you got a brother and sister and like everyone in your family are close. He sat down, leaning back and stretching his legs out in front of him. Haley walked over and sat beside him, tucking one leg under herself as she studied his face. He was smiling slightly, but it felt thinner than usual. Yeah, she said quietly. They're loud and annoying. And sometimes they track my location like I'm a missing pet. Jack chuckled softly. But, she continued, nudging his arm gently, they're also kind of great. They are, Jack agreed. Every time I go over there, it feels like walking into controlled chaos. But the good kind. Haley smiled at that. That's a very accurate description of my house. He leaned his head back against the couch cushion, staring up at the ceiling for a second. It gets really quiet here, he admitted. Like, weird quiet. You don't notice it at first. Then you start talking to the TV just to hear something respond. Haley turned slightly toward him, her expression softening. You can come over anytime. You know, she said. Jack nodded as he stood up. I know. He stretched his arms. Well, bathroom's that way. He pointed at the door on the left. Freshen up. And I'll take a quick shower. He pointed upstairs. Make yourself at home. Haley gave him a small nod, watching as he grabbed a towel from a hallway closet and headed upstairs. Take your time, she called after him. 10 minutes, Jack replied from halfway up the stairs. Make sure you don't break anything while I'm gone. No promises, she shot back. He laughed and disappeared down the hallway. The house fell quiet again. Haley went to the bathroom and freshened up before walking back into the living room. She stood there for a second, turning slowly as she took everything in. She walked toward the large window, peeking out at the backyard. There was a pool, but it looked untouched. The patio furniture was perfectly arranged, like it was waiting for a magazine photoshoot instead of actual people. She walked over to a shelf near the TV and noticed framed photos. Most of them were of Jack as a kid on movie sets, at award shows, or standing beside actors she recognized from posters and red carpets. There were a few photos of him with his parents too, but those were older. She picked one up carefully. Jack looked about 10 years old in it, holding some kind of trophy that was clearly too big for him, grinning as if he had just won the lottery. Her expression softened. Ah, she murmured, placing it back exactly where she found it. You were adorable. She wandered toward the kitchen next, opening the fridge out of curiosity. Bottled drinks lined one shelf, meal prep containers filled another, and fruit sat untouched in a glass bowl. Wow, she muttered. This is either very healthy or very lonely. She grabbed a bottle of water and leaned against the counter, glancing around again. The house was beautiful, but it felt like lonely. Upstairs, she heard the shower turn on. She smiled slightly, then took a sip of water. Meanwhile, at the Dunphy house. Upstairs, shouting echoed through the hallway. You read it. Alex snapped, standing in her bedroom doorway with her arms crossed so tightly her knuckles were pale. I did not read it, Luke shot back from the hallway, holding his hands up defensively. I accidentally opened it. You accidentally opened a locked drawer. It was not locked, Luke said. It was hidden under 3 textbooks and a fake algebra binder labeled, "Very boring notes, Luke." Well yeah, Luke said. That just made it more suspicious. Alex stared at him, horrified. You violated intellectual privacy. You wrote about a guy named Jack who has emotionally devastating eyes, Luke said. Isn't his name the same as Haley's boyfriend's? Alex turned bright red. You were not supposed to read that. I only read like 2 pages, Luke said quickly. Also, why does this new Jack speak in metaphors about thunderstorms and destiny? That is none of your business. You also described his jawline for 3 paragraphs, Luke added. Alex made a strangled noise that sounded like her soul trying to leave her body. Get out of my room. I am already not in your room, Luke pointed out. Then get out of my hallway. Luke retreated backward, still grinning. For the record, don't worry. I won't tell Haley that your boyfriend has the same name as hers. Alex slammed her door so hard that a picture frame rattled on the wall. Ellipsis. Kitchen. Downstairs, the kitchen smelled like butter and toasted bread. Phil stood at the counter, carefully arranging slices of toast on a plate like he was preparing a gourmet presentation. He sprinkled cinnamon sugar over one slice and nodded to himself proudly. Claire walked in, drying her hands with a towel. I just got off the phone with Haley, she said casually. She said she is at Jack's house. Phil froze for half a second. Then he resumed spreading butter like nothing happened. Yep, he said. I know. Claire blinked. You know. Phil replied, taking a bite of toast. Claire slowly lowered the towel. Don't tell me. Phil chewed calmly, swallowed, then said, come on, honey. It's not a big deal. Not a big deal, Claire repeated, her voice climbing. You gave permission to Jack to take Haley into his house. Correction, Phil raised a finger. Not only Jack but also Haley. That is worse, Phil. No, it is equal opportunity permission, he said, nodding confidently. Claire stared at him like she was deciding whether to scream or faint. Phil, she said slowly, that is two teenagers. Madly in love. In a room. Far away from our eyes. Phil leaned against the counter, staying surprisingly calm. First of all, they are not in a room. They are in a house. A very large, very well secured, extremely fancy house. He took out his phone and showed her the picture of Preston's house. That is not helping. Second, Phil continued, grabbing another piece of toast, Jack is a good kid. You already know that. Claire sighed sharply. Yes, I know that, Phil. I like Jack. He is polite and respectful, and he literally helped Haley study algebra without crying. That alone makes him a national treasure. Exactly, Phil said, pointing at her with the toast. But, Claire continued, pacing now, liking him does not change basic. Teenage biology. Phil winced slightly. That phrase made this toast taste weird. Claire ignored him. You cannot just casually approve this like they are going to a library. They might be studying, Phil said. Claire stopped and gave him a look. Okay, Phil admitted. Probably not studying. Maybe they are watching a movie or playing games. Phil, he raised both hands. I am just saying, Haley is growing up. And Jack clearly cares about her. He is not some random guy with a motorcycle and a suspicious amount of hair gel. Claire folded her arms. That is a very specific example. You know the type, Phil said. She sighed, rubbing her temples. I do not want her rushing into things she is not ready for. Phil softened a little, stepping closer to her. I get that, he said gently. But keeping her locked in the house is not going to stop her from having feelings. It just means she hides them from us. Claire hesitated. Phil continued, quieter now. Jack respects her. You can see it. He listens to her, she listens to him. He supports her. Honestly, if she is going to explore her first serious relationship, I am glad it is with someone like him. Claire looked at the floor for a moment. I hate that you are making sense, she muttered. Phil smiled carefully. I make sense sometimes. It is rare. We should document it. She glanced up at him. If she gets pregnant, I am blaming you. Phil choked on his toast. Okay, wow, we jumped like 10 steps. I am just saying. She is 16, Claire, not starring in a reality show called Teen Disaster, Phil said. Claire exhaled slowly. I trust her, she admitted. And, I trust him. In reality, she doesn't trust Haley. Phil nodded. But I still hate it, she added quickly. Still, you should have talked to me. I'm so sorry, honey, Phil said. She glared at him. He handed her a slice of toast like a peace offering. Cinnamon sugar? He asked. 2 days later, school field. Practice started 30 minutes ago. The team was already spread across the field, helmets on and pads strapped tight. The air smelled of grass and sweat. Whistles cut through the noise every few seconds as Coach Lance barked instructions from midfield. Jack jogged into position and rolled his shoulders once to loosen up. His legs still felt good, sore from the last 2 days of conditioning but responsive. That difference mattered. Coach Lance waved him over. All right, Preston, he said, pointing toward a cluster of bright orange cones set in a zigzag pattern. I do not want you trying to reinvent yourself this week. Jack nodded. Wasn't planning to. Good, the coach said. You were not built to bulldoze through players, and that is perfectly fine. We already have players who enjoy doing exactly that. A couple of linemen grinned nearby. Your strength is speed, balance, and decision-making. You run, dodge, and make defenders look foolish. Jack nodded. Coach Lance clapped his hands once. Focus on sharp cuts and quick feet. Read space instead of locking onto bodies. He pointed again at the cones. Run the pattern. Treat every cone like a defender trying to shut you down. Jack stepped up to the start line and crouched slightly. Go. Jack exploded forward. He cut right around the first cone, planted his foot, and snapped left around the second. His movement stayed smooth and controlled, built on rhythm rather than urgency. Each step carried him forward without wasted motion. Faster, Coach Lance called. Jack pushed harder, weaving through the cones as his hips turned sharply and his cleats dug into the turf. He dropped his center of gravity and imagined hands reaching for him, fingers closing on empty air. At the last cone, Coach Lance tossed a football without warning. Jack caught it clean and kept his stride intact. Finish, Coach said. Jack sprinted another 10 yards before easing down, his breathing steady. Coach nodded. Again. They ran the drill again. Then again. On the third run, Coach added 2 defenders in pads. Their role was to disrupt his path and force quick decisions rather than bring him down. Jack adjusted instinctively. He sold one direction, cut back hard, slipped between them, and accelerated through the opening. Good, Coach said. That is your game. The drills shifted after that. Route variations, short passes, quick turns under pressure, and one-on-one coverage that demanded timing and positioning instead of raw strength. Between reps, Jackson jogged over with his hands on his hips. How the hell are you running like that? Jack took a sip from his water bottle. I don't want to get tackled down and break my bones. So, I run and dodge, that's all there is to it. Keep doing that and we might just win the game, Jackson said. We'll win. That's what the coach says every year. So far, 0 wins. But I got a good feeling about this year, Jackson replied. Coach's whistle cut through their exchange. Preston, he called. Back in. So do I, Jack said before jogging to his spot, heart rate high and focus locked in. As practice continued, Coach watched him closely. Jack chose patience instead of forcing big plays. He trusted spacing instead of chasing contact. When a lane opened, he took it. When it closed, he reset and waited for the next look. After the final whistle, the team gathered near the sideline, breathing hard with helmets off. Coach Lance looked at them, arms crossed. That is enough for today. Ice, stretch, hydrate. Especially you, he added, glancing at Jack. You will be running a lot on Friday. Jack nodded. Got it. Night 9 p.m. Jack stood in front of the mirror, script in one hand, pacing slowly as he ran lines under his breath. He stopped, rewound, and tried again. He adjusted the tone. Softer here, faster there. He focused less on memorizing and more on how the words were supposed to feel coming out of his mouth. After 20 minutes, he closed the script and dropped it onto his desk. That's enough for tonight, he muttered. His body finally caught up with him. Football practice, classes, homework, lines. All of it settled into his muscles at once. Jack grabbed a soda from the fridge downstairs, took the stairs up to the roof, and flicked on the outdoor lights. The air was slightly cool outside. He dropped onto the swing and leaned back, pushing off lightly with one foot. He popped the bottle open and took a long sip and sighed. Finally. Nothing to do. He scrolled through YouTube without really watching anything. Highlights, random clips, half-finished videos he would never come back to. Then his phone buzzed. A message notification. Dakota Fanning. Jack blinked once. This late, he murmured. He opened it. Dakota, what are you doing? Jack smiled faintly and typed back. Jack, nothing exciting. Just finished practicing lines and now, lazing on the roof. You. 3 dots appeared almost instantly. Dakota, I just finished Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone sparkles. Jack sat up a little on the swing. Jack, and, eyes. Dakota, I couldn't stop. I kept telling myself, one more chapter, and then. Suddenly it was over loudly crying open book. He smiled without meaning to. Jack, that makes me really happy to hear. Smile. Dakota, you should be happy. It's an awesome book I've read in a long time. I loved it. Like, actually loved it. The pacing, the magic, the way the characters feel real. It's just a breath of fresh air. It felt comfortable, like I wanted to live in it for a while. Jack let the swing rock gently as he typed. Jack, thank you. That means a lot. There was a short pause. Longer this time. Then the dots appeared again. Dakota. So, random question, see no evil. Jack raised an eyebrow at his screen. Jack. Oh, those are dangerous, cold sweat smile. Dakota. Relax. Nothing illegal, smile with a halo. Are you free tomorrow? Around 4 or 5 p.m. Jack thought about it. Practice ended early tomorrow, so he's free. Jack. Yeah, I'm free. Why? The reply came a beat later. Dakota. There's a new Baskin-Robbins that opened yesterday near Fairfax and I was thinking maybe we could go together. Just ice cream, soft ice cream, ketchup. Wow, okay. She's asking me out, Jack thought. Dakota. Just a friendly meet-up, slightly smiling face. Jack. Ice cream sounds hard to say no to, open mouth smile. Dakota. Is that a yes? Eyes. Jack. Yeah, it's a yes. Dakota. Cool, relieved face, meet you there then. Jack. Okay, thumbs up. Dakota. Okay, see you tomorrow. Good night, Jack, crescent moon. Jack. Good night. ... Meanwhile, Dunphy House. Luke's room looked like a discount magic shop had exploded. A deck of cards lay fanned out on the floor. Scarves in bright colors hung off the lamp. A plastic wand was lying on the couch cushion. Phil stood in front of Luke, holding a small notepad. Okay, Phil said seriously, what we are doing here is not playing. This is training. Magic is about discipline, patience, and respect for the craft. Luke nodded. Got it. Phil clapped his hands once. Great. Now, show me the coin. Vanish again. Luke picked up a quarter, held it between his fingers, showed both hands clearly, then closed one fist. Watch closely, Luke said, lowering his voice dramatically. Phil leaned in. Luke snapped his fingers, opened his hand, and the coin was gone. Phil blinked. Okay, Phil said slowly. He has no idea what just happened. Good. Where is it? Luke shrugged and tapped Phil's shoulder. The coin dropped out of Phil's shirt collar and bounced onto the floor. Phil stared at it. Huh. Luke grinned. I saw you do it once. Phil nodded, clearly impressed but trying not to show it. Beginner's luck. Coin work is all angles. Try this. Phil pulled out a deck of cards, shuffled with exaggerated flair, and handed it over. Pick a card, he said. Luke picked one. Do not show me, Phil said, turning away dramatically. He turned back, snapped his fingers, spread the deck across the table, and pulled out a single card. Luke stared. That's it, he said. That's my card. Phil beamed. Classic card tricks are best for entry-level magicians. Luke tilted his head. Can I try something? Phil hesitated. Okay, but start small. Luke walked toward the hallway. Phil frowned. Where are you going, buddy? You said magic is about commitment, Luke said over his shoulder. He returned, dragging something heavy. Phil's eyes widened. No, Phil said quickly. No, no, no. That is not a beginner trick. Luke dropped a straitjacket onto the floor. A set of chains clinked beside it. I saw this trick on your laptop, Luke said. The butler's escape. Phil froze. Luke, he said carefully, that is advanced escapology. That trick is historically significant. Luke blinked. It is. Yes, Phil said, suddenly in lecture mode. It is. Based on a manservant named Percy who escaped captivity using nothing but wit, flexibility, and what I assume was an unhealthy amount of elbow grease. Luke stared at him. Did that actually happen? Probably, Phil said. The point is, this is one of the hardest feats in magic. Luke picked up the straitjacket. Cool. Can I try? Phil crossed his arms. All right. He put Luke into the straitjacket and adjusted the straps, tightening them with professional concern. He added the chains, looping them carefully. There, Phil said, stepping back. We're ready. Luke nodded. Time me. Phil checked his watch. All right. Go. Luke twisted once. Then twice. There was a pause. A strap loosened. Phil frowned. Wait. How did you? Luke shifted his shoulders, bent forward, and somehow slipped one arm free. Phil's mouth opened. Luke wriggled again and within seconds the straitjacket slid off completely. The chains clattered onto the floor. Luke stood up, brushing off his shirt. Done, he said. 2 minutes. Phil stared at him like he had just watched someone casually defy gravity. Number way, Phil said quietly. He walked around him, inspecting the jacket, the straps, the chains. "How did you do it?" he asked, turning back at Luke. Luke shrugged. "I just moved where it felt loose." Phil slowly looked up at him. "You were a prodigy," he whispered. "Well, I'm done." Luke ran downstairs to watch TV. Phil's confession. Phil sat on the edge of Luke's bed, the folded straitjacket resting neatly beside him like a quiet trophy. He still looked a little shaken, but there was pride in it too. "Okay, so, the butler escape." He nodded to himself. "That is not a beginner trick. That is a you practice for years and still fail in front of strangers trick." He leaned forward, lowering his voice as if the room itself might be listening. "I did it once. One time." There was a brief pause. "And it was an accident. I rode that high for years." Phil gave a small, helpless shrug. "I don't know how I got out. I don't remember what I did. I blacked out somewhere between panic and sweat." He let out a slow breath. "After that, I tried again, and again, and again." He lifted his hand and counted on his fingers. Basement, garage, motel, conference room in Bakersfield. His head shook gently. Nothing. Phil glanced toward the doorway Luke had just run through. "And Luke." A soft, disbelieving laugh slipped out of him. 2 minutes. He nodded, clearly impressed. "Am I proud?" "Yes. Immensely. That's my son." The smile lingered, then faded into something quieter. "Am I threatened?" He tilted his head, considering it. "A little." A small, crooked smile returned. "But that's parenting. You teach them everything you know." He paused, then finished softly, "And then they casually outperform you and go watch TV." He gave one last shrug, light and fond. "Magic." Phil's confession end. After dinner, Claire entered the bedroom and sighed. Phil, face red, squirming on the bed, arms trapped in the straitjacket Luke had just conquered. "Phil," Claire asked slowly, crossing her arms. Phil looked up at her, teeth bared in a grin, eyes wide with the kind of helpless charm that could almost get him out of anything. "Don't help me, honey. I can do it." He kept squirming for a bit longer before stopping. "I think I should." Before Claire could finish. Phil said, "There's a key under the pillow." Next noon, Fanning House. Dakota was already ready. She sat on the couch with her legs tucked under her, phone face down beside her, eyes flicking up to the wall clock for what felt like the 100th time. It was only 3:42. She huffed quietly and leaned back, pretending that the TV was even remotely interesting. It wasn't. Her mind kept drifting somewhere else entirely. She was wearing a soft pink dress that fell just above her knees, light and simple, with thin straps and a slightly flared skirt that moved when she did. Nothing fancy. She had paired it with white sneakers instead of anything cute and impractical, her hair brushed out and left down, the ends curling just a little on their own. Ice cream didn't require heels. Or nerves. Or at least, it wasn't supposed to. She glanced at the clock again. 3:23. Dakota pressed her lips together, smiling without meaning to, and reached for the remote just to look busy. Jack. She wondered if he was already getting ready. Or if he was the type to leave everything until the last second. She pictured him showing up calm and casual, like always, and felt her stomach flip in a way that made her shift her position on the couch. She was definitely not overthinking this. From the kitchen, footsteps approached. Heather walked in carrying a bowl of popcorn, paused for half a second, and gave her daughter a look that only a mother could give. The kind that noticed everything without saying a word. Her eyes flicked from the dress and the sneakers near the door to the way her daughter was smiling at absolutely nothing. Heather sat down beside her and placed the bowl on the coffee table. "Well," she said casually, reaching for a piece of popcorn. "You look suspiciously happy." Dakota blinked and straightened a little. "Do I?" Heather replied. "You're dressed up. You've checked the clock about 10 times. And you're smiling at a wall." Dakota opened her mouth, then closed it again. Heather smiled, gentle but sharp in that mom way that suggested she already knew the answer. "So," she said lightly. "Who's the lucky guy?" Dakota froze. Completely. Her eyes widened just a fraction, and for a second her brain did absolutely nothing helpful. She let out a small, awkward laugh that came out half a beat too late. "What?" she said, too fast. What are you talking about? Heather leaned back, unconvinced but patient. Dakota. I'm just going out with a friend, Dakota said quickly, words tumbling over each other. Near Fairfax. There's this new ice cream place and we're just catching up. That's it. Totally normal. Heather hummed softly, clearly enjoying this more than she should have. Dakota grabbed her phone and waved it a little, as if that proved something. So anyway, can you pick me up around 6? Heather didn't answer right away. She watched Dakota for a moment, the smile still there but warmer now, softer. A friend, she repeated. Dakota nodded, a little too enthusiastically. Yes, a friend. Heather reached for the popcorn again. All right, she said easily. 6 o'clock. Fairfax. Ice cream with a friend. Dakota relaxed just a bit, shoulders lowering as she leaned back into the couch. Heather glanced at the TV, then back at her daughter. You look nice, she added. Pink suits you. Dakota felt her cheeks warm. Thanks. And as I always say. Heather began, but Dakota finished it for her. Quote. Be careful and don't do anything stupid. I know, Mom, Dakota said. Heather smiled to herself and turned her attention to the screen, letting the moment pass without pushing it further. Dakota picked up her phone again, heart beating a little faster now, and checked the time. 3:30. / Preston House. Jack stood in front of the long mirror in his room, hands resting on the edge of his dresser as he looked himself over one last time. He was wearing black jeans and a sky blue t-shirt. Casual enough to mean something, relaxed enough to mean nothing. He nodded at his reflection, then immediately frowned. All right, he muttered to himself, lowering his voice like he was giving a locker room speech. Remember, Jay, this is just a friendly catch-up. Nothing more. Just two friends from work going out for some ice cream. He shifted his weight, running a hand through his hair. Even if she flirts with you, he continued, pointing at his own reflection for emphasis, you always remember you have Haley. So be a good guy and always be loyal to your girlfriend unless she's up for a harem. The mirror did not argue, which he took as agreement. What the hell am I even talking about? Jack glanced down at his watch. 4 p.m. They planned to meet near the park at 4:15, which meant he had just enough time to get there without rushing, something he refused to do today. Rushing led to mistakes, and mistakes led to awkward explanations he did not want to have later. He grabbed his keys from the dresser, then picked up his phone and checked it out of habit. No new messages. That was fine. Normal. Completely fine. Jack exhaled slowly, steadying himself. It's just ice cream, he said quietly, more for his own benefit than anything else. He slung his jacket over his shoulder, flicked off the bedroom light, and headed down the stairs. Park, 4:12 p.m. Jack reached the park. Kids were scattered around the playground, a couple of parents sat on benches, and someone was walking a dog that absolutely did not want to walk. He checked his wristwatch. 4:12. 3 minutes early. Jack nodded to himself, satisfied. But Dakota was already there. She was sitting on one of the swings near the middle of the park, pushing herself gently back and forth with the tips of her sneakers brushing the sand. He murmured. He stared a second longer than he meant to, then caught himself and cleared his throat quietly. Girls are always supposed to be 30 minutes late or more. And here she is, early. Dakota hadn't noticed him yet. She was looking down at her phone, thumbs moving as she typed something, then paused and smiled at the screen like she had just read a good line in a book. She put the phone in her jacket's pocket, leaned back a little, and let the swing slow on its own. Jack walked toward her. The swing creaked as Dakota dragged her shoes through the sand and brought herself to a stop. She looked around the park, the way people often did, without any particular reason. That was when she saw him. Her face brightened immediately. She smiled and got up. Hey, she said, a little brighter than she probably intended, as he came closer. Jack smiled back without thinking. Hey, you're early. She laughed softly. So are you. Being early is kind of my thing, he said. It is part of my personality. Dakota tilted her head. I do not remember that being on your resume. It is in the fine print, Jack said. Very fine. Almost unreadable. She smiled and glanced at the swing behind her. I got here a few minutes ago and decided to take a little swing. I'd have done the same, he replied. There was a brief pause, not awkward exactly, but noticeable. The kind that happened when two people were adjusting to a new version of something familiar. Dakota broke it first. So, she said, rocking slightly on her heels. Ice cream. Jack nodded. Ice cream. They started walking toward the path that led out of the park, falling into step easily. The Baskin-Robbins was only a short walk away, just past a row of shops and a crosswalk that always took too long to change. As they walked, Dakota glanced over at him. Thanks for coming, by the way. Yeah, he replied. Of course. You didn't exactly give me a hard sell. Ice cream does most of the work. She laughed. Good. I was worried I'd have to bribe you. With what? He asked. She pretended to think about it. Sprinkles. Maybe an extra waffle cone. Jack considered that seriously. That would have worked. They reached the edge of the park and stopped at the crosswalk. The light was red, the little walking figure stubbornly still. Dakota leaned back slightly on her heels and looked up at the sky. It's nice out. It is, Jack agreed. Perfect weather for not overthinking anything. She looked at him sideways. Do you overthink things a lot? He hesitated just long enough to be honest without saying too much. Sometimes. I'm trying to be better about it. Dakota nodded like that made complete sense. Same. Baskin-Robbins. The shop smelled like sugar and waffle cones the second they pushed through the door. A bell jingled above them. The air was cool and sweet, and the long glass case glowed with every color imaginable. Dakota stopped in front of the counter and scanned the rows of tubs like she was studying a menu at a five-star restaurant. Okay, she said, turning to Jack with a decisive nod. New plan. We're not just picking two. We're tasting everything. Jack raised an eyebrow. Everything. Everything, she repeated. Sample spoons exist for a reason. The teenage girl behind the counter looked up from her phone, clearly thrilled to have something to do. How many flavors? All of them, Dakota said without hesitation. Jack laughed under his breath. She's serious. The girl shrugged and started pulling out tiny pink spoons. You got it. They ended up with a small army of sample cups lined up along the counter. 31 flavors. No rules except, try it all and be honest. Dakota went first. Let's go with the worst one first. She scooped a tiny bit of mint chocolate chip, brought it to her mouth, and immediately made a face as if she had bitten into a lemon. Oh no, she said, shaking her head fast. Nope, absolutely not. Jack watched her reaction with pure amusement. Come on, it's just mint. It's toothpaste in ice cream form, she shot back. Why would anyone want that? He took the same spoon, dug into the same tub, and ate it without even blinking. Dakota stared at him. You're actually eating that, right now, with a straight face. Jack swallowed and gave a small shrug. It's refreshing. Refreshing. She leaned closer, eyes wide in mock horror. You're a monster. He grinned and took another bite just to mess with her. You're missing out. He scooped some more and held it before her. Want another bite? Oh, hell no, she said with a disgusted expression, already reaching for the next spoon. Next. She moved down the line quickly. A few polite nods. A couple of, meh, faces. Then she hit world-class chocolate. One small taste. Her eyes closed for half a second. Oh my god, she whispered. Jack glanced over. Good. She nodded slowly, like she was still processing. This is really good. I don't think I've ever had this one before. He tasted it and gave an approving nod. Yeah, that's solid. Solid, Dakota said. This is elite. This is championship chocolate. I'm getting a pint of this before we leave. Noted, Jack said. He kept working through his own samples, steady and quiet, until he reached golden medal ribbon. He took a bite, paused, took another. Dakota watched him. That one. Jack looked at the tub as if it had personally spoken to him. This is it. This is the winner. She stole a spoonful from his cup and tried it. Vanilla swirled with caramel and chocolate ribbons. She chewed thoughtfully, then nodded. Okay, she admitted. That's really good. Like, unfairly good. Right, he said. It's smooth but not boring. It's got layers. Dakota smiled at him over the rim of her sample cup. You sound like a wine guy describing a vintage. I could be, he said. If wine came in pints and cost $4. She laughed and moved on to the next flavor. They kept going like that, trading bites, making faces, rating things on a completely made-up scale of 1 to never again. By the time they reached the end of the line, both of them had sugar highs creeping in and a small graveyard of empty sample cups in front of them. Dakota leaned against the counter, arms folded, looking satisfied. Final verdict. Jack tapped the golden metal ribbon tub. This one. No contest. Dakota pointed to the world-class chocolate. This one. Also no contest. He smirked. We're splitting the difference then. 2 pints, she said. 1 of each. We share. Like adults. Deal. They ordered the pints to go. The girl behind the counter packed them carefully, added 2 spoons, and handed over the bag. Dakota paid before Jack could reach for his wallet. Hey, why did you do that? He asked. He was actually surprised to see a girl paying for food while on a date, an ice cream date. Well, this never happened to him, not in his past life, nor in his present life so far. Majority expects the man to pay, some split the bill and like 5% of the girl's pay. So, he was really surprised and kinda happy to see that Dakota falls into 5%. My idea, my treat, Dakota replied with a smile. He started to argue, then stopped. Fine, but next time it's on me. She glanced at him as they stepped back outside into the warm afternoon light. Next time. Jack met her eyes for a second. Yeah, next time. Dakota smiled with a little blush and adjusted the bag in her hands. Cool, she said softly. I'll be waiting for the call. They started walking back toward the park, the pints already starting to sweat through the paper bag.